All right, fans, thanks for tuning in to Mohawk Valley DiamondDawgs baseball. We are coming to you from Veterans Memorial Park in Little Falls. I'm Pete Pagliaro, bringing you the broadcast today. We'll have two games today. One is a shortened game as we finish up game one in the bottom of the ninth inning with the Saugerty Stallions here in town. Going to play a doubleheader tonight. They are winning this ball game 3-2 here in the bottom of the ninth. So that was a game that was suspended due to rain. So we're going to finish up this game, and then we'll start game two shortly thereafter. So you're listening to Perfect Game Collegiate League Baseball. It's the Saugerty Stallions against the Mohawk Valley DiamondDawgs. So Jake Spindler is going to be the pitcher on the mound. And we're still waiting to see who's going to be coming up here for Mohawk Valley. So Spindler taking the last few warm-up tosses. It is dairy night here at the ballpark tonight. So if you have a chance to come down for game two, I highly recommend it. Lots of things going on, lots of fun activities going on for kids and adults. So be sure to stop on down and see what's going on this Sunday evening. A great afternoon for baseball. The weather is absolutely fantastic. A little bit of a breeze blowing here from right to left. And the Saugerty Stallions pitcher warming up. Stallions in their gray bottoms, also grayish tops with a little gold and some green trim. Dawgs coming off of a loss last night to Amsterdam here at the ballpark. Looking to rebound here with this game one. Again, game one in the bottom of the ninth. A little different. You don't normally start a game in the bottom of the ninth, but that's what we're going to do here. We're going to start it in the bottom of the ninth. Dawgs down 3-2. So they're going to have a chance to just win this game right off the bat. So that's a different twist to a ball game. Go get right down to business here and win this thing in less than an inning. So Spindler taking the last few warm-up tosses here for Saugerties. As the Stallions have taken the field. Taking the last few warm-ups in the infield. And the ball is thrown over to the second baseman. Here comes the first batter for the Dawgs. We are going to get started.
Pinch hitter number 8 from George Washington University, Tyler Jones.
So Tyler Jones is going to lead things off here in the bottom of the ninth. You heard that right, folks. The bottom of the ninth. We are starting the game at the end of the game. 3-2 is the score. Saugerty Stallions ahead. Here's the pitch by Spindler. And there's a swing and a miss by Jones in the count 0-1. So this game was being played, got to the bottom of the ninth, and then the skies just opened up, and that was it. So game was called and suspended, and here we are finishing it up. That one misses for ball one on the count now, 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Tyler Jones. Jones has been leading the DiamondDawgs in hitting. Hot bat as of late, 1-1 count. Spindler looks in, he's got that teal-looking glove. And he's going to wind and deliver on the 1-1. And that is high. A little above the head of Jones there. It was a little close. 2-1 count. So if Jones wasn't awake yet, he is now. 2-1 count. But nobody on, nobody out. Bottom 9, 3-2. Stallions ahead. Here's the windup and the pitch by Spindler. And big swing and a miss for strike 2 in the count now. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Tyler Jones. He steps out of the box, looks down the third base line, and now he's going to come back in with a clear head in the 2-2 count. So 2-2 pitch now from Spindler. Spindler looks in. Wind is blowing out. Here's the pitch. And swing and a miss. And it down goes Jones for the strikeout and out number 1 here in the bottom of the ninth.
Batting for your Dogs, the pinch hitter number 28 from Siena College, Edwin Sanchez.
So here is Edwin Sanchez now. Sanchez is ready. Spindler's ready. Delivers outside and high for ball one. So Edwin Sanchez, right-handed batter for the Dogs. The second batter in this ball game here. With one out, bottom nine, down 3-2. Dogs need a run here to tie this thing up and then look to win it. And that one misses for ball two. So 2 balls and no strikes. Tough to start a game in the bottom of the ninth. Both teams. Batters just getting started, and same thing for the pitching. So let's see who wins the battle. And that one misses for ball 3. So 3 balls and no strikes. Basically for the Dogs, they got to go in cold and score 2 runs to win the game. The same goes for the pitching, as the pitcher's got to go in there and pitch a perfect inning and get out of the inning unscathed. So there's a walk to Edwin Jones, and that puts the tying run at first base.
Number 5 from Hudson Valley Community College, Nico Suarez.
And it looks like Nico coming up to the plate, and might have a change here.
Batting for the Dogs, number 30 from Fairfield University, J.P. Kuzik.
So J.P. Kuzik will now be the batter, as Nico was coming to the plate. So J.P. Kuzik now at the plate for the Dogs with the 1 out. The winning run at the plate. Tying run is at first base for the Dogs. 1 out. Here is Spindler now with the pitch. Puts it high, and there is ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Absolutely gorgeous day here in Little Falls. And today's my wife's birthday. She's not listening, but happy birthday. Out in Sylvan Beach with the kids. Out on the boat somewhere, I believe. That one's outside for ball 2, and the count now 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes to J.P. Kuzik. So 2 balls and no strikes. Runner on first. Taking a short lead. That's Sanchez. Here's the pitch. And that is inside for ball 3. So 3 balls and no strikes here to Sanchez. Right-handed pitcher on the mound is number 51, Jake Spindler, for the Stallions. He's got a 3-0 count here, and he delivers a pitch down the middle, as J.P. Kuzik thought maybe that was a ball. He was starting to head over down the first base, and umpire called him back and said, "That's a strike, buddy. 3-1. So 3 balls and 1 strike. Let's see if Spindler can battle back here, and he does. And the count now 3-2. So a full count comes all the way back to Spindler from a 3-0 count. And J.P. Kuzik at the plate here, down 1. Here's the windup and the pitch. And there is a ball 4, as the second walk of the ball game from Spindler puts runners now on first and second here for the Dogs in the bottom of the ninth.
Number 24 from Warner University, Ethan Pugh.
So here's Ethan Hughes. He's got himself an opportunity here with runners on first and second, down 1 in the bottom of the ninth here in game 1. So last night, Hughes hit a shot to center field, mere inches from a home run. So Spindler now winds and delivers, and he puts that one high and outside for ball 1. So struggling to find that strike zone right now is Spindler. No room for error here in the bottom of the ninth. Starts the game in the bottom of the ninth, does Spindler. And the count is 1-0 with the runners on first and second. So tying run at second base for the Dogs, winning run at first. And there's ball 2. That one misses outside by Spindler. The count now 2-0. So his catcher's going to go out and talk to him. Try to settle him down here a little bit, as he comes into a tough situation as you come into the game in the bottom of the ninth. First inning you're out there. It is the last inning, essentially. So definitely a unique situation for all the players involved here. But fun way to play. It's like playing just a little pickup game here. A 1-inning pickup game. So you give one team the lead and see if the other team can catch up. 3-2 the score. 2 balls, no strikes, 1 out. Runners on first and second. Spindler sets. It looks like the runner at second base is taking a small lead. Here's the pitch. And big swing and a miss by Ethan Hughes. And the count now 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike here to Hughes.
Come on, Gator.
Base hit would come in handy here for Hughes and the Dawgs. Here's the pitch. And that one catches the outside corner. Looked a little outside from here from my bird's eye view. Got a new chair today. I'm all excited. 2-2, so I can actually see the field. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Yeah, I'm a garbage picker. I found it on the side of the road. I'm not going to lie. I was coming in from my mom's house in Utica, and I was like, whoa, what is that? That'd be perfect. 2-2. And there's a swing and a miss, and Hughes goes down swinging. The Dawgs now down to their final out here in the bottom of the 9th. They got the runners on base that they need.
From RBI, Ian
So here's Ian Oschlager. So big bat here for the Dawgs. Big opportunity for Oschlager. A base hit will tie this game, most likely. 2 outs, runners on first and second. Here's the pitch to Oschlager. Outside, it gets away from the catcher. And that's going to advance the runners to second and third. So both runners now in scoring position. And now things change even more for Oschlager as a base hit could win this game. So Ian Oschlager, this is the stuff that the kids dream about in the backyard. You're up at the plate in the bottom of the 9th, down 1. Runners in second and third. Here's the pitch. And that is outside, ball 2. So 2 balls and no strikes. We've all dreamed this as kids. We've drawn it up in our backyard. And Oschlager has a chance here to play it out. 2-0. 2 outs, runners on second and third. Winning run at second base for the Dawgs here in the bottom of the 9th. Here's the pitch. And that one catches that outside corner. 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. That umpire giving that outside edge. Very generous there. Let's see if that continues throughout this game into the next. 2-1 pitch. And it's fouled off by Oschlager. And the count 2-2. So deuces wild here in the bottom of the 9th. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 3-2 is the score. And Oschlager has got to hang on here. He's got to battle to keep the Dawgs alive here in the bottom of the 9th. Down 1. They got the runners on base to tie it up or win it. Here's the pitch. And it is high and inside, so a full count again here from Spindler. So Spindler's gotten 1 open spot at first base here for the Dawgs. That would load the bases. So a big pitch on its way. 3-2 here. Spindler winds now and delivers. And swing and a miss, and Oschlager strikes out. And that will do it for the ball game as the Dawgs drop the first game of the doubleheader. It's a suspended game, and they lose 3-2. We'll be back here shortly, so stay tuned as we get the lineups, and we'll be back right here for Game 2. Approximately 10 to 15 minutes is what we're expecting, so keep your internet streams open, and you'll hear us come back for Game 2. So hang tight, get a drink, get something to eat. I'll be back in a few minutes.
We know pools. Garrity Pools and Spa are the experts in building and creating backyard memories for thousands of families. Garrity takes pride in offering only the highest quality in-ground Pacific pool and radiant above-ground pools that are built for upstate New York weather. Garrity offers only the best with BioGuard chemicals to keep your pool sparkling clean. Visit the professionals at Garrity Pools and Spa, 234 South Caroline Street, Herkimer, or GarrityPools.com.
Wake up and smell the sizzle at your local Burger King. Burger King is open for breakfast 7 days a week. Your mornings deserve the royal treatment. So dive in to try our delicious breakfast sandwiches, savor our savory hash browns, and wash it all down with a hot or iced coffee. Whether it's Monday or Sunday, we've got your breakfast cravings covered. Swing by BK today to have it your way. You rule. at participating U.S. restaurants during breakfast hours.
proudly we at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
One of the best voices in the Mohawk Valley. How about a hand?
Fans, thanks for tuning in for a perfect game, Collegiate League Baseball. And the Mohawk Valley DiamondDawgs. Tonight's matchup for Game 2 is the Mohawk Valley DiamondDawgs against the Saugerty Stallions. I'm Pete Pagliaro bringing you all the action. First, let's go through the lineups for the visiting Saugerty Stallions. The shortstop is number 12, Reese Maroney. Catching tonight is number 42, Carmen Carril. The second baseman is number 10, Jamil Z. First baseman is number 22, Dylan Passo. And left field is number 22. I'm sorry, left field is shortstop. Sorry, and left field is number 55, Justin Ford. The center fielder is number 29, Dylan Fitzsimmons. The DH number 25, Logan Sanchez. And right field is number 8, Ryan King. And the third baseman is Casey Connolly. On the mound tonight for the Stallions is number 16, Ryan Franklin. For the Mohawk Valley DiamondDawgs in left field is number 24, Ethan Hughes. The second baseman is number 8, Tyler Jones. At third base is number 13, Joey Calabretti. The DH is number 30, J.P. Kuzik. At shortstop is number 34, John Ramsey. The center fielder is number 29, Caden Hart. And right fielder is number 28, Edwin Sanchez. Catching is number 5, Nico Soris. And the first baseman is number 23, Brendan Hawk. On the mound tonight for this Game 2 is number 18, Andrew Gendy. So the Dogs finished off Game 1. That game started in the bottom of the ninth inning. They lost that game 3-2. So a full game here, 9 innings here tonight for this Game 2. The Saugerty Stallions come in here at 10-9. Mohawk Valley 12-8. So right in the midst of that third, fourth place in the Eastern Division. Amsterdam Mohawks sitting up top at 16-6. The Boonville Lumberjacks 11-7. The Dogs are 12-8, and Saugerty's at 10-9, followed by the Blue Sox 7-9. Glens Falls 8-12, and Oneonta at 3-16. So Reese Maroney will lead things off here for the Saugerty Stallions, and he's going to face Andrew Gendy here in this Game 2 action. And so in the box is Maroney. Gendy on the mound, and he's going to wind and deliver for this first pitch of Game 2. And that pitch is a low for ball 1. And we start off with a count of 1-0 to Reese Maroney. Maroney, the shortstop for the Stallions. Gendy is set now. He's going to wind and deliver. And that one is fouled off down the third base line. And the count now 1-1. So gorgeous, gorgeous day here in the Little Falls today for this baseball matchup between these two teams. Again, we are perfect game collegiate baseball league action coming to you from Little Falls, New York at Veterans Memorial Park. That one drops low in the ground, and the count 2-1. Maroney picked that ball up and handed it to the catcher. And the count now 2-1 to Maroney. 2-1 pitch now on its way, and that one is popped into center field. Center fielder makes the grab. That is Caden Hart, and that is out number 1.
Now batting for the Stallions, the catcher, number 42 from Weber International, Cameron Carroll.
So Cameron Carroll, now the batter for the Saugerty Stallions. He is the catcher tonight for Saugerties, and he bats from the left side, facing the ready and Gendy, and he takes ball 1, and the count 1-0. Pitch number 2 on its way, and that one's a little bloop into left field. It's going to cause problems, and then, no, he scoops it up. Does the left fielder, Ethan Hughes. Tough play for Hughes. He was coming fast, got his glove down, and made the grab. Nice play there by Ethan Hughes.
Now batting for the Stallions, the second baseman, number 10 from the University of Notre Dame, Jamie Z.
So Jamie Z now is the batter here for the Stallions. 2 outs, nobody on. Top 1. And Gendy winds and delivers, and ball had a lot of movement, jumped up a little, and the count is 1-0. Ball 1 to Z. Here's pitch number 2 by Gendy. That's fouled off on the count now, even at 1-1. So 1 ball and a 1 strike to Jamie Z. So 1-1 count. Gendy now winds and delivers and puts that one in the dirt. Stopped by Soris. Soris is the catcher behind the plate for the Dogs tonight, Nico Soris. And that one is lifted foul down the first base line, on the count now even at 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. There's the 2-2 pitch, and that curveball takes a little bit off of it and catches the inside corner. And Z not happy about that call. Regardless, a called strike 3, and 1-2-3 go the Stallions. And we head to the bottom of the first. No score.
We know pools. Garrity Pools and Spa are the experts in building and creating backyard memories for thousands of families. Garrity takes pride in offering only the highest quality in-ground Pacific pool and radiant above-ground pools that are built for upstate New York weather. Garrity offers only the best with BioGuard chemicals to keep your pool sparkling clean. Visit the professionals at Garrity Pools and Spa, 234 South Caroline Street, Herkimer, or GarrityPools.com.
we are back, folks, for the bottom of the first inning. And leading things off for the Dawgs will be the left fielder, number 24, Ethan Hughes. He'll be fouled by the second baseman, number 8, Tyler Jones. And then the third baseman, number 13, Joey Calabretti. So on the mound for the Stallions is number 16, Ryan Franklin. Franklin, a lefty here. And lefty versus righty here with Hughes at the plate. Here's the pitch. And first pitch is called strike, and the count 0-1 to Ethan Hughes. No balls in, 1 strike. Here's Franklin now. And that one misses for ball 1-1. Franklin quickly gets set after he catches the ball and is ready to pitch. 1-1, here it is. And that one is down low for ball 2, and the count now 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Ethan Hughes. Hughes is settled in at the plate, ready to go. 2-1 pitch on its way here from Franklin. And that is outside. And the count now 3-1. So 3 balls, 1 strike. Good crowd on hand here at Vets Park today for the Sunday matinee. 3-1, here it is. And there is ball 4. So Ethan Hughes will take a walk to first base. Tyler Jones will come to the plate.
Second baseman, number 8, from George Washington University, Tyler Jones.
So here's Tyler Jones, the second baseman. Jones steps in the box here, awaiting Franklin to deliver the pitch. Runner on first for the Dawgs here. Bottom of the first, no score. Nobody out. Wind blowing from right to left here at Vets Park. And that one misses for ball 1. 1-0 to Tyler Jones. Runner at first taking a short lead. That's Ethan Hughes. Franklin takes a look at him before he's going to deliver the pitch. And he puts that one in inside, called a strike. So it hits the inside portion of the plate, and the count 1-1. One ball and 1 strike, nobody out. Ryan Franklin sets, delivers, and big swing and a miss there by Tyler Jones, and the count now 1-2. So with 1 ball and 2 strikes, Jones has nobody out and a runner on first. Here's the 1-2 pitch now from Franklin. And that is popped up high into left field, and the left fielder is going to make the grab for the Stallions. That's Ford out there in left, and that is out number 1.
Now batting for your Dawgs, the third baseman, number 13, from Seton Hall, Joey Calabretti.
So Joey Calabretti now, the batter here for the DiamondDawgs. Calabretti in the 3 spot here for the Dawgs in the lineup. And he will step into the plate here with 1 out and a runner on first. Franklin delivers the pitch high for ball 1. So nice little breeze blowing through here tonight. Blowing out currently. And back to first goes Franklin. A runner slides back quickly as Ethan Hughes. And we'll reset and do it all over again. 1-0 the count. Calabretti's ready to go. Franklin's looking at that runner at first base and delivers the pitch. And it was just a bit high, I believe. 2-0 the count.
Any young fan that wants to participate in the UPS Score Challenge, go see Chad. Find the first base.
So 2 balls and no strikes to Calabretti. J.P. Kuzik is on deck here for the Dawgs in the bottom of the first. Franklin is set now. Looks in and winds and delivers. And that is fouled off down the third base line by Calabretti in the count 2-1. Two balls and a strike, 1 out. Wind up in the pitch on its way. And that is down low for ball 3 in the count now, 3-1. So 3 balls and a strike for Joey Calabrese. He's got a dog on first by way of Ethan Hughes. He got there with a walk. He's taking a few steps off the bag, and here's the pitch. And that is popped up to right field. And the right fielder, King, makes the catch for out number 2. And Joey Calabrese out after the pop out to right field. So J.P. Kuzik, the DH now coming to the plate for the Dawgs.
J.P. Kuzik.
So Kuzik sometimes does some of the catching duties, getting a break at DH, as Nico Cerise catching in this game tonight for the Dawgs. So Kuzik has a runner on first base with 2 outs here, no score. Bottom first. Here's the windup and the pitch. In the dirt, gets away from the catcher, and that's going to allow Hughes to advance to second base. So the count 1-0. Ball and no strikes, 2 outs. Here is Franklin now at the pitch to J.P. Kuzik. It is high for ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes now to Kuzik. Runner on second base is Ethan Hughes. He's taking a few steps off the bag. Second baseman creeps in just a bit. Now he backs off. And here's the pitch. It is high for ball 3. And 3 balls and no strikes now to the batter, J.P. Kuzik. So Franklin now needs to battle back, down 3-0 in the count. And Kuzik most likely taking on this pitch. And he will take ball 4. And that'll put runners on first and second here for the Dawgs.
The shortstop, number 34 from Trinity College, John Ramsey.
So timeout is called as the coach is going to head out to talk to his pitchers. He's going to bring out his catcher with him. So Carroll and coach go out there. Umpire also coming out with them.
Which state has the most cows in the United States, with their totals being over 1.7 million cows? I'll give you a second. The correct answer is California.
And the conference on the mound is over. I think he was just checking on his pitcher, make sure there was no injuries as the umpire went out with him. And so here's John Ramsey at the plate with 2 outs. Runners on first and second. And here's the pitch. And there's a foul tip by Ramsey. The count 0-1. No balls and 1 strike to John Ramsey with runners on first and second here for the Dawgs. Bottom first. We are scoreless here from Vets Park. Dawgs knocking on that door here in the bottom of the first. That one floats across for a strike in the count 0-2 now. So no balls and 2 strikes. So Franklin can get himself out of this jam here with a strike. Up in the count 0-2 to Ramsey. Ramsey set, Franklin is set. Runners on first and second taking short leads. Here's the pitch. And that ball lifted into center field. It's going to drop between the center fielder and the left fielder. It's going to score the first run of the ball game. And that is an RBI single for John Ramsey, and the Dawgs are on the board. So John Ramsey lifts one into left center field. And the Dawgs lead 1-0. So here's Caden Hart now. So activity already in the bullpen for Socrates. And Caden Hart will come to the plate here with runners on first and second. And 2 outs and the Dawgs leading 1-0. Here's the pitch by Franklin. And the count 1-0. 0 A 1-0 count here to Hart. Franklin looks at the runner at second, delivers the pitch, and he misses for ball 2. So 2 balls and no strikes. So Franklin having a hard time finding the strike zone. Seems to be forcing those pitches out there a little bit. And 2-0 now the count. Here's the pitch down the center of the plate, and that one's good for a strike. And the count now 2-1. So 2 balls, 1 strike to center fielder Caden Hart with runners on first and second here for the Dawgs. Dawgs looking to add to that 1-0 lead. And there's a swing and a miss by Hart. The count now 2-2. Catcher thought about going to first, held it back. And the count now 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs. You can hear the Dawgs dugout yelling 2s. And here comes the 2-2 pitch from Franklin. And there's a shot to left field. And that's going to drop in, and 1 run scores. And here is run number 2 on the way, and he's going to keep going. He's going to make it the third base. A stand-up triple for Caden Hart. Clears the bases for the Dawgs. Well, how about that for Caden Hart? A stand-up triple. Scores 2 runs, and the Dawgs now lead 3-0.
From Siena College, Edwin Sanchez.
So here's Edwin Sanchez now for the Dawgs. Sanchez, the right fielder, number 28. Dawgs have been taken off the bags after the triple from Caden Hart. Sanchez will look to start off his own rally here. That one is high for ball 1. Franklin looks in now to Sanchez. He's going to set and wind and deliver on the 1-0 pitch. And puts it down the middle for a called strike. The count 1-1. There's 2 outs. Nobody on here. Dawgs picked up 3 runs here in the bottom of the first. And it jumped out ahead 3-0. Here's the pitch. And that's a shot to left field. Left fielder is backing up. And he is going to make the grab. Is Ford out there and left, but not before the Dawgs put up 3 runs. And they take a 3-0 lead here in the bottom of the first. Back after this.
At GPO, we understand every member's journey is unique. That's why our employees take the time to listen, understand, and deliver personalized solutions that fit your life. From budgeting to borrowing, we're with you every step of the way. Your journey, our commitment. GPO Federal Credit Union, committed to excellence.
And we're back, fans. Sorry about the little delay there. And Dylan Passo singles on his at bat here in the top of the second inning. So Justin Ford now the batter, and he laces one to left field foul. Counting 1-1. So the Dogs jumped ahead 3-0 here in the bottom of the first. So we're back here in the top of the second with the Stallions at the plate. It'll be Justin Ford at the plate right now. He'll be fouled by Dylan Fitzsimmons. And that curveball just missing on the inside portion of the plate. 2-1 the count now. As Andrew Gendy is that pitcher. One of my favorites out there. He throws a nasty, nasty curveball. Those Gendy. That thing moves crazy every time I see him on the mound. 2-1. Gendy delivers. And swing and a miss. There's that curveball. It moves away from the batter. 2-2 the count. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Gendy looks at the runner at first base. He's going to set now, wind and deliver on the 2-2. And a little foul tip there. The count's going to remain 2 balls and 2 strikes. Oh, 2-2. Gendy is set on the mound, looks over at the runner, delivers the pitch, and down low for ball 3. So a full count here from Andrew Gendy, facing off against the left fielder Justin Ford. Gendy now is set and ready to go. He takes a few double takes of that runner, and that one is fouled off again as Ford continues to battle at the plate with a 3-2 count. So sun shining here at the ballpark. You can smell the hot dogs, taste the cold beverages. It's a great day for baseball here in Little Falls. 3-2 count. And that one is hit to left field. And the left fielder trying to make his way over. It's going to drop in. And that's going to score a run. And a double as that ball was hit deep to left field, right in the corner. So tough spot. So a double by Justin Ford scores a run. And now the score 3-1. Dogs ahead. So Dylan Fitzsimmons, the center fielder, now will come to the plate. Fitzsimmons, a left-handed batter. And he's got a runner on second base, does Fitzsimmons. So 3-1 now the score. It is dairy night here tonight at the ballpark, so if you still want to come on down, a lot of good goodies going around. I saw some cheese being passed around down there. Trying to snack some, but it was too late. They were already giving it out. And there'll be some kind of chugging contest. I saw some baby bottles in the cooler downstairs. I know that's part of the contest that the players take part in, so that's always a good time. And that one in the dirt for ball 2. So 2 balls and no strikes. I believe even some ice cream later on, I believe, is that, if I heard correctly, maybe not. 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes to Fitzsimmons. A runner on first base, second base, taking a short lead and not being held on. Here's the pitch, and it is in for a strike, 2-1. So if you guys are fans of the Yankees, I heard the Yankee game coming in a little bit. Aaron Judge hit his second home run of the game. He's got 30, and I see my friend here making a little sign not to. I don't think he's a fan. 2-1. So our boy Ezzo has his favorite teams, and he's loyal to those teams. I know he's a big Raiders fan, and he's a big Crunch fan. Now we can still be friends. What kind of dragons? Drexel Dragons. Look, I never heard of. I mean, how are you a Drexel Dragon fan? Got to hear the story behind that one. There's a swing and a miss, and if Fitzsimmons strikes out. Who taught?
My uncle.
Oh, all right. So Ezzo's uncle taught in Drexel. It's a good reason to be a Drexel fan.
My
baseball team is the Blue Jays because I work for the organization.
All right. So he's telling me that you know what? I never knew that. I never knew he was a fan of the Toronto Blue Jays. I knew he worked for Syracuse. But I did not know he was a Blue Jays fan. So Ezzo worked for, if you don't know the area down here, the Syracuse, they used to be called the Sky Chiefs. Now they're called the Mets. But we all know them as the Chiefs still. They were called the Syracuse Chiefs for years. And then when the affiliation with the Mets took over, obviously the Mets wanted them to be the Mets. I mean, it makes sense, right? But for the longest time, they were affiliated with the Toronto Blue Jays. And Ezzo worked with the team back then and became a Blue Jays fan. That makes sense. I'll tell you guys a little dirty little secret. Back in the day when I was about 16 years old, I worked when I forgot the name of the league now. I just lost my train of thought. Well, anyways, I worked for the Utica Blue Sox at the time. I was New York Penn League, yes, thank you. The New York Penn League, and the count is 2-1 now to Logan Sanchez. So I worked when I was 16. I grew up in Utica, worked for the Blue Sox. I was an usher. I was a groundskeeper. And they were affiliated at the time with the Boston Red Sox. So I met a lot of Boston Red Sox players, including Jim Rice, who I was 16 years old and I was like his bodyguard. I don't understand how that works. But so I met those guys and met Jose Canseco. Yep. And that was pretty cool, pretty fun. So I became a little bit of a fan of the Red Sox. And then I said, nah, I can't do this anymore. And my loyalty to the Yankees now is there. They were also affiliated with the Marlins after that. I just could not become a fan of the Marlins. They were an expansion team. They were fun to watch, but just could not get into the Marlins. And they've done well over the years as well. And Ryan King now the banner. So we had a little mishap here in the booth. A little beverage spilled. Not on this side of the booth, so we're safe over here. We're safe where the broadcast is. Josh does not look safe. He might need a change of clothing. 2 strikes, 0-2 count to Ryan King. No balls and 2 strikes here to King. As Andrew Gendy has 2 outs trying to get out of this inning here, down 3-1, or up 3-1. And that one is hit to right field, and it's going to be caught on a close play there by the first baseman. Hawk makes the catch, and that does it for the inning. And they pick up 1 run to the Stallions, and the score now 3-1 as we head to the bottom of the second.
Spring into action and get started on your home projects with Little Falls Lumber. Get your free estimate today for that project, big or small. Little Falls Lumber, they're always happy to help.
Stop by one of our 3 convenient locations and speak to one of our knowledgeable salesmen about your next project.
Some people might think that the tire shop in Canajoharie only does tires. Nah, that's only their name. The tire shop does so much more. Oil changes, custom wheels, interstate batteries, computer wheel balancing, tire repair service and recapping, auto accessories, tire chains, ag bags, bale and net wrap, and much more. And when it comes to tires, the tire shop in Canajoharie also does so much more. Lawn and garden tires, off the road, backhoe, loader tires, log skidder, agricultural, ATV and UTV tires, and on the farm tire services. The tire shop is a multi-line new tire dealer. That means they're quite a choice for top brand name tires for your car, truck, SUV, semi-tractor, and trailer, all at great prices. They're also a Goodyear national accounts and state contract pricing location. Financing available too. Find more information and a list of services at thetireshop.biz. Thetireshop.biz. Open Monday through Saturday, 8 to 6. Yes, Saturday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. The Tire Shop, 155 Erie Boulevard in Canajoharie.
So Nico Soris now batting for the Dogs here in the bottom half of the inning here. And he fouls that one off. And the count 0-1. No balls and 1 strike to Nico Soris, Brandon Hawk, and then Ethan Hughes back to the top of the order. We will go. 3-1 lead here for the Dogs in the bottom of the second. And there's a swing and a miss by Soris in the count 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. There's the windup and the pitch. That one misses. And the count now 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Soris. He is tonight's starting catcher for the Dogs. Franklin winds and delivers, and that one's fouled off on the first base line by Soris, and the count now 1-2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes, nobody out. Bottom of the second inning, Dogs 3-1 lead. Picking up all 3 of those runs in the bottom of the first. Here's the pitch, and that one's popped into center field. Center fielder takes a step back, and he's going to make the catch. That's Fitzsimmons out there in center field for the Stallions. And we have 1 out now in the bottom of the second. So Brendan Hawk, now the batter for the Dogs on the right-handed bat for Mohawk Valley. And he will step into the batter's box here to face Ryan Franklin here in the bottom of the second. Here's the pitch. Franklin puts that outside, the count 1-0. 1 ball, no strikes here to Brendan Hawk, the big first baseman for the Dogs. And that one misses for ball 2, and the count now 2-0. So 2 balls, no strikes. And the wind has shifted now, blowing out. 2-0 pitch on its way from Franklin, and puts that one in the middle of the plate. And that is good for a strike. The first one here to Brendan Hawk, and the count now 2-1. 2-1 pitch on its way, a little floater. That one misses, ball 3. 3 balls and 1 strike. Not sure, but Franklin seems to be missing his pitches. I don't know if he's got tightness in his shoulder or what's going on, but he's seems to be a little off here. And that one is popped high in the air into center field. And Fitzsimmons makes the catch for out number 2. So Hawk pops it up to center field. Ethan Hughes now back to the top of the lineup. Not sure with Franklin, as his pitching coach came out early in the first to check on him, but looks like he's still good to go. So Hughes now the batter. And Franklin now will wind and deliver. And puts it just a bit high in the count 1-0. So 1 ball, no strikes. So Dawgs already played a game before this, only half an inning, as that was a continuation of the game that was suspended due to rain. That game was 3-2 in the bottom of the 9th. Dawgs put runners on in the bottom of the 9th, had a chance to tie it or win it, and it just could not do it, so they lost that game 3-2. And there's a shot by Hughes to left field. Left fielder going fast, and it's going to go over his head, and that's going to be a stand-up double for Ethan Hughes. So Hughes puts one to left field over the head of the left fielder for a double. So Tyler Jones, who popped out in his last at bat, is going to give it a shot here with 2 outs. So Jones, one of the hotter hitter for the Dogs lately. A little bit of a slump in the last couple at bats, but really hitting the ball well this season is Jones. So 2 outs. Here's the windup and the pitch, and big swing and a miss by Jones. The count 0-1. Well, no balls and 1 strike here to Tyler Jones, the second baseman for the Dogs. He's got Ethan Hughes at second base, a 3-1 lead. We'll love to add to that lead here in the bottom of the second with 2 outs. Ryan Franklin on the mound for Socrates. Here's the pitch, and that ball is popped up high. It is at the wall. The wind is helping him, and that is gone. A home run for Tyler Jones. So Tyler Jones goes deep for a 2-run shot to center field. And that is gone goodbye for Tyler Jones. We told you he was a hot bat here for the Dogs. And that continues here in Mohawk Valley. So Tyler Jones takes it deep and picks up 2 runs for the Dogs. The Dogs jump to a 5-1 lead. That wind was blowing out for Jones, but he didn't need that help as he took that one right out the yard, went to the deepest part of the ballpark. And it looks like we may have a replay of that home run, and we are going to go to it. Here it is. So you'll see the pitch, and he gets everything. And there it is. That's a shot to center field at the wall, and that is gone. All he can do is watch it go over. And Tyler Jones, as a center fielder, just kind of watched that thing say, yep, that's gone. We have our fan out there. I'm not sure if that's our cameraman out there. It might be. And he might have got that souvenir.
He's got it.
All right, so Jordan, or George, whatever you want to call him. I call him Jordan, you call him George, right? His real name is George. He's out there with the camera, doing the camera work, and he's a lone fan sitting out there and gets the home run ball. How about that? So not every day that you're the cameraman and you get the home run ball. So we have a new pitcher on the mound here for Socrates. We'll take a quick break and be back after this.
Hey fans, tell the world you are here at Veterans Memorial Park watching your Mohawk Valley DiamondDawgs. Share your experiences, connect with other fans, and gain behind-the-scenes access to your favorite team. For more information, visit mvdiamonddogs.com or like us on Facebook or follow us on Instagram and Twitter.
And we are back. We have a new pitcher on the mound for the Stallions after the home run. That is number 3, Matthew Murtaugh. So Matthew Murtaugh now pitching for the Stallions. And so Joey Calabretti now the batter for the Dogs. The Dogs have taken a 5-1 lead after that 2-run shot by Tyler Jones. And so here we go. Here is Calabretti facing Murtaugh. Murtaugh, a right-hander. Whoa, inside. And Calabretti probably saw the stitches on that one. Whew, that was up and tight. 1-0 count. Probably felt the wind of that one. A lot of these guys stay in there that close when that ball's coming at you so fast. I'd be out of there. 1-0 count. And down the middle for a call strike, 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. You don't realize, these guys are facing 95-mile-an-hour fastballs sometimes, and that thing is right next to your chin. And they just stay in there, take the ball. I'm like, whew, no thanks. 1-1. That's why we love this game. We don't play it, we love it. And that one's fouling off the count now, 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Murtaugh, the pitcher, on the mound for the Stallions. He replaces Ryan Franklin. Franklin gave up 5 runs, a 2-run shot, a home run off of the bat of Tyler Jones before that was enough. And that one is hit to right field, and the right fielder is going to make his way over. Slides over, makes the grab. That is King out there. And that'll do it for the inning, but not before 2 more runs. A mammoth 2-run shot by Tyler Jones have given the Dogs a 5-1 lead as we head to the top of the 3rd. Back after this, folks.
Spring into action and get started on your home projects with Little Falls Lumber. Get your free estimate today for that project, big or small. Little Falls Lumber, they're always happy to help.
Stop by one of our 3 convenient locations and speak to one of our knowledgeable salesmen about your next project.
Wake up and smell the sizzle at your local Burger King. Burger King is open for breakfast 7 days a week. Your mornings deserve the royal treatment. So dive in to try our delicious breakfast sandwiches, savor our savory hash browns, and wash it all down with a hot or iced coffee. Whether it's Monday or Sunday, we've got your breakfast cravings covered. Swing by BK today to have it your way. You rule at participating U.S. restaurants during breakfast hours.
And welcome back, fans. And it is 5-1 here. DiamondDawgs are leading here against the Saugerty Stallions. So Casey Comiskey is the batter now for Saugerties. This is Comiskey's first at bat here tonight in the top of the 3rd inning. So Andrew Gendy winds and delivers, and he misses down low to Comiskey. And the count 1-0. 1 ball, no strikes. Here is Gendy with the pitch, and that one is shot down the 3rd base line, foul. And the count now 1-1. So 1 ball, 1 strike to Casey Conley. Did you say Conley or Comiskey? Josh? Conley or Comiskey? That one's fouled off by Comiskey. The count now 1-2. Here's the pitch by Gendy outside. And the count now 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two balls and 2 strikes. And that one is hit down the 3rd base line. Is your hand frozen? Yep. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two and two. we got a guy injured up here. We'll make it fun of him. It's great. 3-2 count. 3-2. I'm trying to keep my cool and not laugh here, but I can't. So full count. I should give you the color commentary on what's going on with Ezzo right now. 3-2. He's our music guy and our scorekeeper. Let's just call him one-handed right now. And that one's fouled off. Poor guy's going through pain here, trying to get feeling back in his left hand, and we're just making fun of him and how he looks and how he's acting. It's great. That's what friends are for, man. When you're down, we kick you around a little bit, make sure you get back up. 3-2. And that one's a shot to the 3rd baseman. He grabs it quickly, and he makes the catch for the out, and there's Khaled ready. And that is out number 1 after the line drive pop out by Comiskey. So we go back to the top of the lineup with Reese Maroney. Maroney popped out in his first at bat. Here's the pitch to Maroney down low for ball 1. One ball, no strikes here to Maroney. Maroney, the leadoff hitter for Saugerties. The shortstop fouls that one off, and the count now 1-1. You need to go? Okay. 1 ball, 1 strike. Makes you feel better. As my mom has the same thing happens to her. Her hand like just It's like a nerve or something. 1-1. Here's the windup and the pitch, swing and a miss. Nice curveball there by Gendy. That one was going away from him the whole time, and Maroney chased it. And the count now 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes here to Aris Maroney. 1 out. Nobody on top of the third. Dawgs lead 5-1. There's the windup and the pitch. And that is popped up. And the center fielder, Caden Hart, calls for it, makes the grab for out number 2. So Cameron Carroll now is the batter. So Cameron Carroll, the catcher, left-handed batter from Weber International. He's got 2 outs, nobody on here. Top 3. That one outside to Carroll, and the count 1-0. One ball, no strikes. And that one also misses for ball 2, and the count now 2-0. After Carroll, should he reach Jamie Z, is the batter. 2-0. Right now it is Cameron Carroll. And he holds back on that one, called strike, and the count now 2-1. So 2 balls, 1 strike here. And Gendy will wind and deliver and puts it low. Catcher can't find it, and the batter says, "Look what I found." And he hands it to him. 3-1 now the count. 3 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Here's the pitch, and that's fouled off, and the count now 3-2. So a full count now. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Carroll. So 3-2 pitch on its way now from Gendy. Here's the pitch, and that's fouled off. And the count remains 3-2. So pitcher and batter dueling it out here with 2 outs, full count, 3-2. Nobody on. Top 3, Dawgs lead 5-1. Gendy looking to finish him up here in the top of the third with a 3-2 count and 2 outs. Gendy looks in. He winds and delivers. And there is ball 4 to Carroll. So he'll take his base. Will Carroll.
The second baseman, number 10 from the University of Notre Dame, Jamie Z.
So Jamie Z now from the University of Notre Dame steps into the box. Now he struck out looking his last at bat. And he's got 2 outs here with a runner on first base. So here's Gendy now with the windup, the pitch, and down the middle but low for ball 1. One 1-0. Gendy looks over at his runner at first base, taking a short lead, being held on at first. 1-0 pitch on its way, and it is fouled off here into the tennis courts. And the kids are on their way to try to snag that foul ball and souvenir. 1-1 the count. One ball and 1 strike. Here's the pitch. And that one also down low, and the count now 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike now to Jamie Z with a runner on first. 2-1, here's Gendy. And a shot over the head of the third baseman. It's going to head out into left field. Left fielder drops it momentarily, picks it up, throws it in. And that's good for a double for Z. And that'll put runners on second and third.
Now batting for the Stallions, the first baseman, number 22 from the University of Notre Dame, Dylan Passo.
So Dylan Passo now will come to the plate with 2 outs and runners in scoring position here on second and third. 5-1 the score. Paso has singled in his first at bat here tonight. Runners second and third, and that one misses outside for ball 1 to Paso. And 2 outs here, top of the third. Dawgs with a 5-1 advantage. And Andrew Gendy, the pitcher, on the mound. There's a called strike outside corner. Catches the outside portion of that plate. And the count now 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike, 2 outs to Paso. 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. And maybe a foul tip. And the count now 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes here to Paso. As Gendy looks in, he sets. He's going to wind and deliver on the 1-2 pitch here. Here it is. And swing and a miss. And down goes Paso. And that'll do it for the inning. No run score. And the score remains 5-1. DiamondDawgs as we head to the bottom of the third. Back after this.
At NBT Bank, we know that this day starts with this one. This day starts with this one. Because no matter how unforgettable the extraordinary days are, there's a lot of every day that leads up to them. You can count on NBT Bank to help you get started. NBT Bank, it starts here.
All right, we're back, folks. Bottom of the third inning. 5-1 the score. Dawgs ahead here. They're going to get their chance here against Matthew Murtaugh.
Leading off the bottom of the fourth for your Dawgs is the designated hitter, number 30, from Fairfield University, J.P. Kuzak.
So J.P. Kuzak is going to take his swings here against Matthew Murtaugh here in the bottom of the third. So Kuzak steps into the box here. And Murtaugh is set and delivers the pitch. That ball had a little movement on it. Strike 1. No balls and 1 strike. 0-1 count now. Here's the windup and the pitch. And that one fouled off, and the count now 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes now to J.P. Kuzak. He's the first batter of the bottom of the third here. It'll be Kuzak, Ramsey, and Hart all due up in the inning. Oh, boy. No balls and 2 strikes as our music guy and our scorekeeper is going down here, man. 0-2. He's going to start keeping score with his legs. No ball and 2 strikes. And there's ball 1. 1-2 to Kuzak. And that one hit up the middle, past the pitcher, and right up the middle of the plate, past second base. And that is a single for Kuzak to lead things off here in the bottom of the first. Bottom of the third, I'm sorry. So John Ramsey now the batter. Ramsey also singled in his first at bat here tonight. Ramsey, the shortstop for the Dawgs, a right-handed batter. Going against the big righty in Matthew Murtaugh. Runner on first is J.P. Kuzik. With nobody out here in the bottom of the third, Dawgs with a 5-1 advantage. Murtaugh is set. He's going to wind and deliver. And that one is popped up high into right field. And, oh, they dropped it. And almost a collision as the center fielder was coming over. And it looked like the right fielder had it. And then the last minute, the center fielder jutted across him. And the ball was dropped between them. And that puts a runner on to second and third. So runners on second and third.
Number 29 from Virginia Tech, Caden Hart.
Single or air?
Single, because it didn't touch anybody's glove.
So a single for John Ramsey. Caden Hart, now who tripled, will come to the plate. So with runners on second and third, Dawgs have a chance here to blow this game open here. With a 5-1 lead already, nobody out. And runners on second and third here for Caden Hart. So Hart looking for something here as he tripled in his last at-bat. Here's the pitch now to Hart. And swing and a miss. That is strike two in the count now. No balls and 2 strikes. So 0-2 here to Hart. Murtaugh, the pitcher for the Stallions. Murtaugh's going to wind and deliver on the 0-2. And that ball looped into left field, and it gets away from the left fielder. Left fielder was there, it was short, and it rolled past him. And that's going to score both runs. And so just like that, a double for Caden Hart. And 2 runs score. And the Dawgs now lead 7-1. So the Dawgs firing on all cylinders here.
28 from Siena College, Edwin Sanchez.
So Edwin Sanchez now the batter for the Dawgs. And out to the mound to talk to his pitcher is Corbin Carroll. And 0-2. I'm sorry, not 0-2. Edwin Sanchez coming to the plate now. 7-1 the score. Here is Sanchez at the plate. He's going to step into the batter's box here to face Murtaugh. Runner on second base here for the Dawgs. They've already scored 2 here. And Murtaugh is going to set, wind, and deliver. And it puts it outside, and the count 1-0. 1 ball, no strikes here. Really? And there's a broken bat. And the ball's hit to the pitcher, and they're going to throw over to first. The runner will move over to third.
Now batting for the Dawgs, the catcher number 5 from Hudson Valley Community College, Nico Soares.
So Nico Soares now the batter for the Dawgs. Oh, and that one hits Soares. He's going to take his base.
Now batting for the Dawgs, the first baseman number 23 from Herkimer College, Brandon Hawk.
So Brandon Hawk now the batter with runners on the corners here for the Dawgs. 1 out. So with 1 out, here is Brendan Hawk at the plate. Here's the windup, the pitch, and that is called a strike inside portion of the plate. 0-1 now. Well, no balls and 1 strike with 1 out here. Dawgs have runners on the corners. A 7-1 advantage here in the bottom of the third. Dawgs laying it on early here. Here's the pitch. And swing and a miss, and that is strike 2 in the count now, 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. And a 1 out here for Brendan Hawk.
Come on, Brady. Come on, B.
So 0-2. And back to first base goes the pitcher, and the runner quickly slides back. So Hawk with the 0-2 count. Runner at first base is Nico Cerise, hit by a pitch. And Hart at third. Here's the pitch. And that's fouled off. And the count remains 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes to Brendan Hawk here. Hawk popped out in his first at bat here this evening. And he's now facing an 0-2 count with 1 out and a runner on first and third. Here's the windup and pitch by Murdaugh, and that's hit to the shortstop. Shortstop slips, throws over to second, back to first. They can't get the guy at first. They get the force out at second, and a run does score, and the score now 8-1 Dawgs. So Hawk reaches on the fielder's choice. We go back to the top of the lineup with Ethan Hughes with 2 outs and a runner on first, and the Dawgs leading 8-1.
24 from Warren University, Ethan Hughes.
So Ethan Hughes now the batter for Mohawk Valley. He's got a runner on first base. And here comes the windup and the pitch outside for ball 1. A 1 ball and no strikes. One-0 pitch on its way, and that is hit to third base. Third baseman slides, grabs it, throws on over, and that'll do it for the inning. So the Dawgs put up 3, and they lead 8-1. Back after this.
If you're looking for some shopping and dining, head on over to Canal Place, where you will find quaint shops, galleries, restaurants, and inns situated in the old mill buildings and storefronts along the waterfront of Canal Place. They've become known as the happening place for the arts in the Mohawk Valley. Not so long ago, many of these buildings were working mills serving the garment industry. Even today, after conversion to service retail space, many of these rugged but lovely structures speak to our great regional manufacturing heritage. If you're looking for fine arts, entertainment, or antiques, you simply must pay a visit to Canal Place.
And we are back. 2 balls and no strikes to the batter here. There's ball 3. So 3 balls and no strikes. We are in the top of the 4th inning here. Dawgs have jumped out ahead 8-1 after a 3-run bottom of the 3rd. There's Gendy with the pitch, and that one's lined in the center field for a base hit to start things off here for Saugerties. He gets away from the center fielder, and he's going to head all the way to 3rd. And the throw comes in not in time. So a costly mistake out there in center field. And runner now at 3rd base. So a couple of errors here today in the outfield.
From St. John's College, Dylan Fitzsimmons.
So Dylan Fitzsimmons, who struck out in his first at bat here, is going to face Andrew Gendy here for the 2nd time. There's the pitch by Gendy outside. Ball 1. So 1 ball, no strikes. Runner on 3rd base here for the Stallions. Dawgs 8-1 advantage here in the top of the 4th, game 2. And that one is lifted into left field. And Hughes is at the wall, and he can't make the catch. He's going to bounce past him and going to throw it into 2nd base. And there's a double, and that's going to score a run here for the Stallions. So outfielders having some trouble out there today on both sides of the teams here. Both teams are struggling with outfield catches. The balls are being either mishandled or misjudged out there. And it could be the sun, it could be the wind, as the wind is blowing from right to left, and sometimes it's blowing out. So that could definitely put a different spin on the ball. So Coach Luby is out to talk to his pitcher, Andrew Gendy, just settle him down a bit. He's got an 8-2 lead, so not much to worry about here yet.
Instagram and Twitter, #Let's Go Dogs.
So Coach Luby applies some wisdom, and the catcher out there talking to his pitcher as well, and now everyone's going to head back. And it'll be Logan Sanchez at the plate here for Saugerties. Sanchez popped out in his first at bat here tonight against Gendy. Gendy looks at that runner at 2nd base, and now he's going to take another glance before he delivers the pitch. And he does so outside for ball 1. So 1 ball, no strikes here to Logan Sanchez. 1-0 pitch, here it comes, and a little dribbler to the shortstop. He goes to 3rd, and they did not get him at 3rd base.
Now batting for the Stallions is the right fielder, number 8 from the University of
They're
Rhode
trying to
Island,
get the play at 3rd, and they got nothing there. And now runners on 1st and 3rd here for Saugerties. Gendy now with nobody out. He's got runners on the corners here in the top of the 4th. 1 run already have come across here for the Stallions. And that's popped up to left field. And left fielder calling off the center fielder who came over. That's Ethan Hughes making the catch. Throws it in. And a runner tags up and scores. Now 8-3 is the score.
Now batting for the Stallions, 3rd baseman number 33 from St. Hall, Casey Comiskey.
So Casey Comiskey now, the batter for the Stallions. He has popped out in his first at bat, and that one hit right to the 3rd baseman. He picks it up and tries to go back to 1st to try to get the guy at 1st. And just like that, 2 outs as Comiskey line drives it to the 3rd baseman.
The Stallions, the shortstop number 12 from the University of Rhode Island, Reese Maroney.
So here's Reese Maroney, who's 0 for 2 on the evening. Maroney will step into the batter's box. He's popped out twice here tonight. So with 2 outs, here's Maroney. And there's a swing and a miss. And the count 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Maroney. Kendi looks in, looks at the runner at first base before he sets down, ready to deliver. And he delivers on the 0-1 curveball, misses inside, and the count 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. A 1-1 count here to Maroney with 2 outs, runner on first base. 8-3 now the score. Dawgs still ahead. And that's lifted high into center field, and that wind is blowing out. This could be trouble. No, it makes the catch in center field, does Hart, and ends the inning. But 2 runs come across for the Stallions. They cut into this lead, and the score now 8-3 Dawgs as we come back for the bottom of the 4th.
Little Falls, New York combines the charms of a small town with the conveniences of a much larger city. Of course, you'd expect to find welcoming people, beautiful scenery, family-friendly activities, and plenty to do outdoors, but you might be surprised to find that Little Falls, New York also has an espresso bar, gem shop, art center, French restaurant, antique centers, local hospital, and extensive civic services and amenities. Not to mention homes both beautiful and affordable, nestled in a dramatic natural setting amongst steep hills that descend to the Mohawk River and Erie Canal. Little Falls, New York. It's a great place to spend a few days or a lifetime.
And we are back. Bottom of the 4th inning. And leading things off for Mohawk Valley will be number 8, Tyler Jones. Tyler hit a 2-run shot home run early in the ball game. And Boonville playing their game. They are ahead against Glens Falls. 7-2, I believe. Yep, 7-2. So they have claimed second place temporarily, as these teams still battling out for spots as we start getting into July here, where things really start to heat up. 1 ball, no strikes to Jones, and pitch number 2 misses for ball 2, and the count now 2-0. 2 balls, no strikes. Matthew Murtaugh is the pitcher here for the Stallions. 2-0 pitch, and that is lifted into right center field, and center fielder cuts across, makes the grab. That was kind of a similar play that we had before. Last time it was dropped. So a pop out for Tyler Jones, and that'll bring up Joey Calabretti. So Calabretti has popped out once today. He's going to jump into the batter's box here with 1 out. 1 out, nobody on. Bottom of the 4th, Dawgs lead 8-3. Matthew Murtaugh, the pitcher, on the mound here for the Stallions. And there's a strike to start things off to Calabretti, in the count 0-1. No balls, 1 strike, 1 out. And 0-1 pitch on its way here from Murtaugh. And it's fouled off, and the count will jump now to 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes to Calabretti. Calabretti making some adjustments to his glove. And batting glove, I should say. He's going to jump back in the box here with an 0-2 count. Here's the windup now on the pitch. And that is outside. And the count now 1-2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes to Calabretti. One-two pitch on its way from Murtaugh and puts that one high, and that evens the count at 2-2. So 2 balls, 2 strikes to Joey Calabretti with just 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. Here's the pitch in the dirt, and the count now full at 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. A full count to Calabretti. 3-2, and that one is hit up the middle for a base hit for Joey Calabretti. And Calabretti with the single puts a runner on here in the bottom of the 4th.
Now batting for your Dogs, the designated hitter number 30 from Fairfield University, J.P. Kuzik.
Say J.P. Kuzik now the batter here for the Dogs with 1 out and 1 on. Dogs looking to add to that 8-3 lead as they jumped out to an early 8-1 advantage, and they allowed Socrates to start creeping back in just a bit. And that pitch missing for ball 1 as the catcher jumps up. Looks like he was going to throw to first base, and he held off. And the count 1-0. A 1 ball, no strikes. Murtaugh versus Kuzik here in the bottom of the 4th. 1-0 count. Murtaugh winds and delivers. And there's a strike, and the count even at 1-1. A 1 ball, a 1 strike to the DH J.P. Kuzik. He's got a runner on first. A 5-run lead here in the bottom of the 4th. Here's the windup, the pitch. And a little chopper to third. Third baseman scoops it up, throws over to second, back to first. And they turn to the double play to end the inning. So J.P. Kuzik hits into the double play, ends the inning. No runs scored, 8-3. Dogs ahead.
Visit the Daily Post and stay connected with the latest news, information, and events in the Mohawk Valley. Our mission is to generate interest in the area and connect residents in a more meaningful way by facilitating deeper conversations about how these stories will shape the future of the Mohawk Valley. Join thousands of weekly visitors who stay up to date with feature stories, interviews, videos, our event calendar, and print publication, the Mohawk Valley Express. It's about timely local news for the community, keeping citizens informed about important issues, telling about the people who live and work here, and giving locally owned businesses the opportunity to reach a very targeted audience of locals and tourists alike. It's a whole new form of media-rich content developed specifically for today's mobile lifestyle and listeners. You can download our iOS app in the iTunes Store, listen to our podcast, or sign up for our weekly email newsletter. Stop by today at thedailypost.digital. You'll be glad you did.
Wake up and smell the sizzle at your local Burger King. Burger King is open for breakfast 7 days a week. Your mornings deserve the royal treatment. So dive in to try our delicious breakfast sandwiches, savor our savory hash browns, and wash it all down with a hot or iced coffee. Whether it's Monday or Sunday, we've got your breakfast cravings covered. Swing by BK today to have it your way. You rule at participating U.S. restaurants during breakfast hours.
And we are back. Cameron Carroll will lead things off here for Songerties, new pitcher on the mound here for the Dogs. We'll give you the name in a moment here. And first pitch to Carroll is a strike. So Jake Beck now pitching for the Dogs. So Jake Beck comes in for Andrew Gandy, who pitched a gem here. And there is strike 2 now. No balls and 2 strikes to Carroll. Carroll has popped out and walked here tonight. 0-2 count here as Beck, the new pitcher here for the Dogs. 0-2. And that one misses for ball 1. So Jake Beck, 1-2. He's going to wind and deliver here. And does so outside. And the count 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Carroll will be Carroll, Z, and Paso. All due up here in the top of the 5th inning. Dogs ahead 8-3. And Beck now sets and kicks, winds, and delivers. And he misses down low for ball 3. And the count now 3-2 to Carroll. So Beck doesn't want to lose him here with a 3-2 count. Beck looks in now. And he will kick, wind, and deliver again. And that's fouled off by Carroll. And the count remains 3-2. So a full count again here to Carroll from Beck. And Beck's going to deliver on the 3-2 here. Looking for out number 1. And there is a ball 4. So Carroll will take his second walk of the day. After the 3-2 pitch was down low. So Jamie Z, who has doubled tonight and also struck out looking, is going to jump into the batter's box from the right side with nobody out. And will face Jake Beck for the first time here. A runner on first, nobody out. Top 5, here's the pitch. And a little bunt right in front. Beck picks it up, throws over to first, and gets the first baseman offline, but he makes the tag on him. And that is out number 1. So Z moves over the runner. And Dylan Paso now will come to the plate for Songerties. Paso has singled and struck out here tonight. Got a runner on second base with 1 out. Beck delivers, puts it outside for ball 1. Ball and no strikes to Paso, the first baseman from Notre Dame. 1-0 the count. Beck looks at the runner at second, is not being held on by anybody. Dancing around a little bit. Beck stares him down and delivers the pitch and puts it in for a strike. That was outside edge of the plate and good for a 1-1 count now. A 1-1 now to Paso. Beck delivers, and that's fouled off on the first base line. The count now 1-2 to Paso. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Dylan Paso. Left-handed batter is Paso. Justin Ford on deck for the Stallions. They have a runner on second base. They're down 8-3 here in the top of the 5th. We are coming to you from Veterans Memorial Park in Little Falls, New York. It is a perfect game, Collegiate League Baseball that you're listening to between the Mohawk Valley DiamondDawgs and the Saugerties Stallions. And that one's fouled off. As Paso continues to battle at the plate, he's facing a 1-2 count. He's got that sliding mitt in his back pocket. Looks like those Notre Dame colors. The goldish traditional colors of Notre Dame University. University of Notre Dame, I should say. 1-2. And here's the pitch. And it is popped foul And the catcher tries to go for it and realizes it's too far out of play as that one bounces off the roof over here. And so 1-2, the count remains. As Passo's not going to go away easily here as he's battling at the plate against Jake Beck. So Beck looks in again. He's got that runner on second base. Just a few steps off the bag momentarily. Now he takes a few more towards third. Second shortstop creeped in, backed off. And that one left on the outside corner for a ball on the count 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Dylan Passo with 1 out. Back is set. Takes a few glances at the runner at second, who's bouncing around back and forth. Swing and a miss by Passo, and he strikes out for out number 2. So Beck took it high, and Passo chased it for the final strike and out number 2. So Justin Ford, who has doubled here twice tonight, is going to step into the batter's box for the Stallions. He's faced with 2 outs and a runner on first, down 8-3. Top 5. And the pitch misses for ball 1 to Ford. Ford, the left fielder for the Stallions. Wears number 55, bats from the right side. And the count 1-0. 1-0 pitch on its way here from Beck. And that one's laced over into left field past the third baseman. That's going to score a run. And slowly these Stallions are creeping back into this ball game and now cut the lead in half to 8-4 after the single from Justin Ford.
Now batting for the Stallions is center fielder number 29 from St. John's University, Dylan Fitzsimmons.
So Dylan Fitzsimmons, who has struck out and doubled here tonight, he's going to jump into the batter's box with 2 outs. He's going to jump in from the left side to face Beck. So surely, but slowly, these Stallions are galloping back. And throw back to first base. Runner gets back safely. Is Ford. So Dylan Fitzsimmons at the plate here with 2 outs. 8-4 is the score. Here's the pitch. Dogs are ahead. And there's a strike to Fitzsimmons in the count 0-1. No balls and 1 strike to Fitzsimmons. Fitzsimmons, the center fielder for Saugerties here. Beck looks over at the runner at first. And now he's going to deliver the pitch. And that is fouled off down the third base line by Fitzsimmons. And the count now 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs. Dogs are back here at home on Tuesday night. So make sure you set your calendars and come on out to a ball game here at Vets Park on Tuesday. 0-2. Here's the pitch. Runner takes off. Pitch is high. Here's the throw. And safe at second base. Quick throw down to second, but not in time. And that puts a runner on second for Fitzsimmons, and he's facing a 1-2 count with 2 outs. So with a 1-2 count, Fitzsimmons back in the box, signaling he's ready to face Jake Beck. Beck is ready. Runner is on second base. He's ready. And here comes the 1-2 pitch. And down the middle, called strike 3 as he gets Fitzsimmons looking. And that will end the inning, but not before a run scores, and they cut the lead in half. 8-4, we head to the bottom of the 4th. Dogs are ahead.
At NBT Bank, we know that this day starts with this one. This day starts with this one. Because no matter how unforgettable the extraordinary days are, there's a lot of every day that leads up to them. You can count on NBT Bank to help you get started. NBT Bank, it starts here.
Hey fans, Tell the world you are here at Veterans Memorial Park watching your Mohawk Valley DiamondDawgs. Share your experiences, connect with other fans, and gain behind-the-scenes access to your favorite team. For more information, visit mvdiamonddogs.com or like us on Facebook or follow us on Instagram and Twitter.
And welcome back for the bottom of the fifth here. And John Ramsey will lead things off here for the DiamondDawgs. So John Ramsey leading things off will be followed by Caden Hart and Edwin Sanchez in this bottom of the fifth inning here for the Dogs. Dogs looking to add some more runs to this lead as it's slowly starting to diminish. That ball hit the center field. Center fielder backing up at the wall, makes the grab as Ramsey gave that one a ride to center field.
Number 29 from Virginia Tech, Caden Hart.
So here's Caden Hart, who tripled and doubled. So only 2 hits away from the cycle if he can get a single and a home run here. Not in the same at bat, obviously. Let's see what happens here. Got the hardest one, I think, the triple. And there is strike one to Hart. So no balls and 1 strike here to Caden Hart. Bottom 5, 8-4, Dogs ahead. Here's the windup and the pitch. Inside and high for ball 1, and the count now 1-1. So a ball and a strike to Caden Hart. Matthew Murtaugh, the pitcher. He came in for the starter, Ryan Franklin. And here's the 1-1 pitch coming from Murtaugh now. And a big swing and a miss there by Hart, and the count 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Again, Hart with a triple in his first at-bat, a double in his second at-bat. Here's his third at-bat. He's facing a 1-2 count from Murtaugh. Here's Murtaugh with the windup and the pitch. And that was a wild one. And that is a ball. That one kind of just got away from Murtaugh. And the count 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the windup and the pitch by Murtaugh. And swing and a foul tip, and the count 2-2 remains. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Bottom of the 5th inning. Great, great day for baseball here in the Valley. Can't ask for a better day. It's sunny, a little bit cool with a little bit of a breeze. And we got baseball going on here, fans. 2-2. Big swing and a miss as Hart strikes out for out number 2. And Edwin Sanchez now will come to the plate.
28 from Siena College, Edwin Sanchez.
So Edwin Sanchez now the batter for the Dogs. Sanchez with a ground out in his last at bat. He's got 2 outs and nobody on here in the bottom of the 5th. Looking to start something up here for the Dogs. And they're going to check to see if he went. And no, he did not. So ball 1. So 1 ball and no strikes. Here is Murtaugh now with the windup and the pitch. And that one catches the bottom portion of the plate for a strike, in the count now 1-1. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Sanchez awaits the pitch. And that one also a strike inside corner. So mixing it up a little bit, here's Murtaugh. And the count now 1-2. Well, Sanchez will have to protect here with a 1-2 count and 2 outs if he wants his inning to continue here. Here's the 1-2. And swing and a miss And that will do it for the inning as Edwin Sanchez strikes out. No run score. After 5 complete, Dawgs lead 8-4.
If you're looking for some shopping and dining, head on over to Canal Place, where you will find quaint shops, galleries, restaurants, and inns situated in the old mill buildings and storefronts along the waterfront of Canal Place. They've become known as the happening place for the arts in the Mohawk Valley. Not so long ago, many of these buildings were working mills serving the garment industry. Even today, after conversion to service retail space, many of these rugged but lovely structures speak to our great regional manufacturing heritage. If you're looking for fine arts, entertainment, or antiques, you simply must pay a visit to Canal Place.
And welcome back, fans. Start of the top of the 6th inning. And the Stallions coming to the plate.
From North Central Texas College, Logan Sanchez.
So Logan Sanchez will lead things off here in the top of the 6th for Saugerties. And the score is 8-4. We'll have some scores for you in a second here from around the league. And that one is popped foul. So Batavia winners in 8 innings, 7-3 over Niagara. Another final, Elmira winning over Niagara Falls 3-0. Jamestown winning 4-0. That's a final over Auburn. Niagara Falls over Elmira 7-6. And that one is lifted into left field for out number 1 here from Logan Sanchez. So Ryan King now the batter. So Newark and Geneva, that is in the bottom of the 6th. Newark leads 10-7. In the bottom of the 7th, Utica Blue Sox lead the Outlaws 8-0. Glens Falls and Boonville, that's in the bottom of the 4th. Boonville leads 9-2. And here, the Mohawk Valley DiamondDawgs lead 8-4 in the top of the 6th. So there's your scores from around the league. Lots of games today being played. A lot of those games played a little earlier and are already final. So 1-0 count here to Ryan King with 1 out in the top of the 6th. Dogs lead 8-4. And there's a strike at the count now, 1-1. If you didn't tune in earlier, we finished a suspended game. That game was in the bottom of the 9th. Dogs are down 3-2. They had runners on first and second, just couldn't come through, and they lost that one 3-2. So this is game 2 here, and that one is lifted to right field, and the right fielder makes the grab. That is Sanchez out there in right for out number 2 now. So Casey Comiskey now the batter here for the Stallions.
Number 33 from Seton Hall, Casey Comiskey.
So Comiskey 0-2. He's popped up twice in this ball game, and he's ready to face Jake Beck for the first time in the ball game. And here's the pitch by Beck. Hit up the middle, base hit. That one hit right in between, past the pitcher and up the middle over second base for a single. So that'll bring us back to the top of the lineup for Saugerties as Reese Maroney. So Maroney 0-3 tonight, put it in the air each time, and 0-3 on the pop-outs, or fly-outs, I should say. So with 2 outs, a runner on first here for the Stallions in the top of the 6th. They're down 8-4. And Jake Beck is the pitcher here for Mohawk Valley. That one is outside by Beck on the count, 1-0. 1 ball and no strikes to Maroney. Should Maroney reach? Cameron Carroll on deck. 1-0 count. Here's Beck. Taking his time, delivers the pitch, and that is popped up in the air, and another pop fly. That's the 4th of the game for Maroney. He can't catch a break. He puts it in the air each time. 0 for 4 for Maroney. That does it for the inning. No run score. And the score remains 8-4. Mohawk Valley.
We know pools. Garrity Pools and Spa are the experts in building and creating backyard memories for thousands of families. Garrity takes pride in offering only the highest quality in-ground Pacific pool and radiant above-ground pools that are built for upstate New York weather. Garrity offers only the best with BioGuard chemicals to keep your pool sparkling clean. Visit the professionals at Garrity Pools and Spa, 234 South Caroline Street, Herkimer, or GarrityPools.com.
And we are back, bottom of the 6th inning. Dogs lead 8-4. And we are ready to go as Nico Soris will come to the plate here to lead things off in the bottom of the 6th for the Dogs. It'll be Nico Soris, Brendan Hawk, and then Ethan Hughes. So first, here's Soris, who was hit by a pitch last time around. And a big swing and a miss there by Soris. He chases after that one, 0-1 count. No balls and 1 strike here for Soris. Wind up the pitch, and that one's hit right to short. Shortstop grabs it. That is Maroney, and there's out number 1. So a ground out to short for Soris will bring up Brendan Hawk now.
First baseman number 23 from Herkimer College, Brendan Hawk.
So Brendan Hawk reached out a fielder's choice last time around, popped out earlier in the game, and he's got 1 out, nobody on here in the bottom of the 6th. Dogs ahead 8-4. Murtaugh delivers the pitch, puts it down the center of the plate, and that's good for a strike. The count 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Here's the pitch, and that one is fouled off down the first base line. So Souvenir City, as that is another one for our fans here tonight to snag a foul ball. Fans, always a chance here to walk away from with a souvenir. So our camera guy in center field walked away with a home run ball. Yes, sir. A home run ball off the bat of Tyler Jones. Here's the pitch, and that one a little chopper to center field. It's going to drop right in front of the center fielder. Takes a few bounces, and that's a base hit for Hawk to start things off here in the bottom of the 6th. So Ethan Hughes now, who doubled in his last time around, would love to do the same here, as he has walked today and doubled. So Ethan Hughes having himself quite a good game here today. I'd love to add to those statistics here in the bottom of the 6th with a runner on first and an 8-4 advantage here for the Dogs. So here's Hughes facing Murtaugh. Murtaugh delivers a strike and the count 0-1. No balls and 1 strike. The Dogs were 7-3 coming into their last 10 games, so looking to get back their winning ways as they lost last night. Lost the completion of the game tonight, so technically a 2-game slide, but tough to say today was the first one was a loss. I mean, it was, but it wasn't a complete game. So 1-1, and that's a shot to on the third base line, foul, and the count 1-2. So we are entering the month of July. We always talk about that's when things really heat up in this league. And that's it. July is where everything comes into play. Everything comes into place. Everyone starts getting into those playoff spots, playoff position. Crucial, every game is important because the playoffs start right after July is over. 1 and 2, first weeks of August is when the PGL playoffs are, and they're usually over in the first week or so, 2 weeks or so of August. 1 and 2 the count, sometimes even earlier. And back to first again goes Murtaugh. Runner slides back. So Hawk is that runner at first base, trying to keep him close there with 1 out. Ethan Hughes, the batter at home plate. It's got 1 out, 1-2 count. Here's a Murtaugh with the pitch. And that one is looped into left center field. Another base hit for Ethan Hughes, and now runners on first and second as Hughes just lifted that one slowly into left center field.
Number 8 from George Washington University, Tyler Jones.
So Tyler Jones will now come to the plate. He already hit a 2-run shot earlier, and he can outdo himself here with a 3-run shot. So a 2-run home run in the bottom of the second. Let's see if he can outdo himself with a 3-run home run here in the bottom of the 6th. 1 out, here's the pitch. And that one missing inside for ball 1 on the count of 1-0 now to Jones. Wind this time blowing from right to left for Jones. 1-0 count, Murtaugh sets. Looks at the runner at second. Takes a long stare. He's taking a big lead, and now he delivers the pitch. And there's a swing and a miss. And the count now 1-1. 1 ball and a 1 strike here. A 1-1 count. Here's the pitch to Jones. And he gets jammed up on that one, and he hits it foul. And that is out of play. So 1 ball, 2 strikes here. Tyler Jones from George Washington University. He's going to step back into the box on a 1-2 count and just 1 out. Jones is set and waiting for Murtaugh now. Murtaugh looks in. Gets the sign from his catcher. Takes a little time. Still waiting. And looks like he's okay with his sign. Glance at that runner at second before he strides towards the plate. Long stare. Stares him down and he steps off. So stare down between the two. Murtaugh says, all right, I'm good. Get back. 1-2. We'll do it again. He sets. He'll likely look over again, and he does. Stares him down and delivers the pitch. And there's a shot over the head of the second baseman. The shortstop. And a run's going to score. So an RBI single for Tyler Jones. And he continues to swing the hot bat here for the Dogs.
Joey Calabretti.
So here's Joey Calabretti now. Calabretti will come to the plate with a runner on first and second now. 1 out. Dogs 9-4 lead, looking to add to this lead. And with that, a trip out to the mound. This might be it for Murtaugh, as there is activity in the bullpen. Everybody comes to the mound. And we will take a break and be back after this to let you know of any changes that come up.
Some people might think that the tire shop in Canajoharie only does tires. Nah, that's only their name. The Tire Shop does so much more. Oil changes, custom wheels, interstate batteries, computer wheel balancing, tire repair service and recapping, auto accessories, tire chains, ag bags, bale and net wrap, and much more. And when it comes to tires, the Tire Shop in Canajoharie also does so much more. Lawn and garden tires, off the road, backhoe, loader tires, log skidder, agricultural, ATV and UTV tires, and on the farm tire services. The Tire Shop is a multi-line new tire dealer. That means they're quite a choice for top brand name tires for your car, truck, SUV, semi-tractor, and trailer, all at great prices. They're also a Goodyear national accounts and state contract pricing location. Financing available too. Find more information and a list of services at thetireshop.biz. Thetireshop.biz. Open Monday through Saturday, 8 to 6. Yes, Saturday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. The Tire Shop, 155 Erie Boulevard in Canajoharie.
And we're back, no pitching change. Sorry, I hit the long commercial there that time. Thought maybe we have a pitching change. That's the Tire Shop in Canajoharie. Make sure you check them out. So 1 ball, no strikes here to Calabretti. He's got runners on first and second. Does Calabretti. 9-4 lead here for the Dogs, bottom 6. And that one is going to be good for 1 run. And that gets past the outfielder, and that's going to cause another run to score. Wow, that was a costly error there for the center fielders out there as that ball was hit to center field, and it rolled past them to the fence. And 2-run score.
Number 30 from Fairfield University, J.P. Kuzik.
So J.P. Kuzik, now the batter, as they have opened up this lead 11-4. As the Dogs bats are heating up. So J.P. Kuzik now the batter for the Dogs, and this might be it as the second trip out to the mound. So we'll take a quick commercial break. Dogs have gone up 11-4. We'll be back after this.
At Hummel's Office Plus, our customers remain our #1 priority. Hi, Central New York. This is Justin Hummel, CEO of Hummel's Office Plus. If you are in need of a reliable, competitive, and consistent business product supplier, give Hummel's a try. We offer customized pricing, free next-day delivery, and personalized service. With our wide assortment of office supplies, janitorial supplies, furniture, and everything else you need for your workplace, Hummel's is your go-to for all your business products.
Wake up and smell the sizzle at your local Burger King. Burger King is open for breakfast 7 days a week. Your mornings deserve the royal treatment. So dive in to try our delicious breakfast sandwiches, savor our savory hash browns, and wash it all down with a hot or iced coffee. Whether it's Monday or Sunday, we've got your breakfast cravings covered. Swing by BK today to have it your way. You rule at participating U.S. restaurants during breakfast hours.
And we are back. We have a pitching change on the mound here for Socrates, and that's going to be number 44, Montrell Christian Jr.
Hitter number 30 from Fairfield University, J.P. Kuzik.
So J.P. Kuzik is going to face Montreal Christian Jr. We had a visit up here by Justin Hurd. He brought up some tickets for us here, and he said something that sometimes we take for granted. He goes, the view up here is awesome. So true, so true. You see in the background, you see all the trees. It's fantastic. Best view in the house. Wish we can get rid of this fence, but got to be here to protect us. And there is a strike to start things off to J.P. Kuzik. So the Dawgs have runners on second base. I shouldn't say runners. A runner on second base. An 11-4 lead. And we are in the bottom of the sixth here. And that one misses for ball one. The count 1-1. So Montreal Christian Jr., the pitcher, a right-hander for Adirondack. I'm sorry, not Adirondack. Socrates. Thinking Adirondack beauty out there, and I start thinking about the Adirondacks, and I was talking about the Adirondacks. 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. And here is the pitch from Christian Jr. And that one hit too short. Shortstop goes to third, and they get the runner at third. So they get the force out at third base. So J.P. Kuzik reaches on the fielder's choice, and John Ramsey due up next. So Ramsey comes to the plate with 2 outs.
Number 34 from Trinity College, John Ramsey.
So here's John Ramsey, who has singled twice and flew out once today. Ramsey has 2 outs and has J.P. Kuzik at first base. There's the pitch. And down the center of the plate for a call. Strike the count 0-1. So no balls and a 1 strike. And the pitch in for strike 2 in the count now 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. So Ramsey's facing an 0-2 count here with 2 outs. Here's the pitch. And Christian Jr. misses down low and outside for ball 1 in the count 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. And here's the pitch, and that is fouled off here behind us, and the count remains 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. And there the pitch misses for ball 2 in the count now 2-2. So Deuce is wild. You might have heard the dugout for the team's yelling 2. That's the 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. And that's it. He strikes out. So swing and miss by Ramsey. So with a 2-2 count, he swings and misses, ends the inning. But not before the Dawgs put up 3, and they now lead 11-4 as we head to the top of the 7th.
Visit the Daily Post and stay connected with the latest news, information, and events in the Mohawk Valley. Our mission is to generate interest in the area and connect residents in a more meaningful way by facilitating deeper conversations about how these stories will shape the future of the Mohawk Valley. Join thousands of weekly visitors who stay up to date with feature stories, interviews, videos, our event calendar, and print publication, the Mohawk Valley Express. It's about timely local news for the community, keeping citizens informed about important issues, telling about the people who live and work here, and giving locally owned businesses the opportunity to reach a very targeted audience of locals and tourists alike. It's a whole new form of media-rich content developed specifically for today's mobile lifestyle and listeners. You can download our iOS app in the iTunes Store, listen to our podcast, or sign up for our weekly email newsletter. Stop by today at thedailypost.digital. You'll be glad you did.
So we are back for the start of the top of the 7th. New pitcher on the mound for my alma mater, SUNY Poly. Jack Montanay is now pitching. So Jack Montanay now pitching for Mohawk Valley from SUNY Poly. And there's a shot, first pitch to right field. And that'll be good for a base hit to start things off here in the top of the 7th.
Now batting for the Stallions, the second baseman, number 10 from the University of Notre Dame, Jamie Z.
So Jamie Z now the batter after the single by Carroll. Jamie Z reached on a sac bunt in his last at bat. He also doubled today and struck out looking. And he's going to face Montanay for the first time here. So runner on first taking a short lead. Here's the pitch. And that one hit to left field at the wall, and it is gone. A home run, a 2-run home run by Jamie Z. So a 2-run shot. And a score now 11-6. Mohawk Valley.
University of Notre Dame, Dylan Passo.
So Dylan Passo now the batter for the Stallions. So Jamie Z took that 1 yard on Montanay. So here is Passo now. Passo has struck out twice and singled. And the pitch curves in for a called strike, and the count 0-1. No balls and 1 strike. Here's the windup and pitch now by Montanay. And that one hit the short. Shortstop picks it up, throws over to first. And that is good for out number 1. So Justin Ford now the batter.
Fielder number 55 from Seton Hall, Justin Ford.
So here's Justin Ford. Ford has 2 doubles today and a single. So having himself a pretty good game here today is Ford. Ford's the left fielder for the Stallions. Stallions now down 11-6. And here comes the windup in the pitch. And that one curves in but just misses for ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Montanay looks in and winds and delivers on the 1-0. In the dirt for ball 2. And they count to 4 now, 2-0. So Dylan Fitzsimmons is on deck. Justin Ford at the plate. Nobody on. As the bases were cleaned up when Jamie Lee took his bat and hit a home run. So 2-1 count now to Ford. As Ford jumps in the back in the box here to face Montanay on the 2-1 count. 1 out. Top 7 Dawgs lead 11-6. As Socrates keeps chipping away. And that one in the dirt. Scooped out of the dirt by the catcher Nico Soris. And that puts us at 3-1 here. So the SUNY Poly Wildcat on the mound. As I mentioned, that is my alma mater. So proud to see him out there. And that one is fouled off in the count now full 3-2. So 3 balls, 2 strikes here to Justin Ford with 1 out. So Ford jumps back in the box. And a 3-2 the pitch. Here it comes. And a little dribbler over the head of the pitcher into center field for a base hit. So a single for Justin Ford. That was out of reach for Montanay as it went right over his head. So Dylan Fitzsimmons now is the batter here for the Stallions. Fitzsimmons has struck out twice, once looking and once swinging, and he is also doubled. So a runner on first base here for the Stallions in the top of the 7th inning. They've already scored 2. They go back to first. And the runner gets back quickly. So with the 1 out runner on first, Fitzsimmons is the batter. Left-handed batter is Fitzsimmons. Pitch is outside for ball 1. So 1 ball and no strikes. Sue Fitzsimmons, Logan Sanchez on deck for Saugerties. Montanay looks over his shoulder at the runner at first. Goes back, and the ball's thrown away. And the runner's going to advance to second. And so an E1 on the play. As Montanay takes a deep breath. Tries to collect himself here. So a 1-0 count to Fitzsimmons with 1 out and a runner now on second. Dawgs hanging on to an 11-6 lead here in the top of the 7th. There's the windup and the pitch. And that one is down the middle for a call, strike 1. So 1-1 the count. Montanay is on the rubber, ready to go. He looks at the runner on second base, not being held on. And the 1-1 pitch on its way. And it's fouled off and they get on the count 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Montanay looking to get him here. And a rack up out number 2 in this inning. Oh, 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Here comes the pitch. And a swing and a miss. And he goes down swinging. Does Fitzsimmons. Tried to pull it back, but unable to do so. And now 2 outs, and Logan Sanchez will come to the plate. So Sanchez, 3 flyouts here tonight. And that would be great for Montanay. He would love that. With 2 outs and a runner on second base. Looking for 1 more out here to get him to the bottom of the 7th. And that curveball curves in nicely for Montanay in the count 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Logan Sanchez, the DH at the plate here for the Stallions in the top of the 7th. And another pitch. That time that dropped down a bit for a ball. And the count now 1-1. So 1 ball, 1 strike here to Sanchez. Montanay's got a runner on second base here, looking to get out of this inning with 2 outs here. That one misses for ball 2 in the count now 2-1. So 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs for the DH Logan Sanchez. Montanay looking in, runner on second base, taking a few steps off the bag. Good lead, not being held on. And the pitch right up the middle. And that's a base hit, and that is going to score a run. And now the lead down to 11-7 here for the Dogs. So Logan Sanchez with the single brings home a run. And this lead is slowly diminishing here for the Dogs.
Now batting for the Stallions, right fielder number 8 from the University of Rhode Island, Ryan King.
So Ryan King now the batter. King, 2 flyouts, actually 3 flyouts, a sac fly and 2 pop outs. So with 2 outs, he's got a runner here on first base. And that one sails in for a called strike on the inside portion of the plate, 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to King. King is the right fielder for Saugerties. 0-1 pitch on his way. And that one down the middle, but misses for a ball on the count of 1-1. Just a little high. On the count of 1-1. So a ball and a strike. 2 outs. And here's the pitch. And that one drops in front of the catcher, Soris, who grabs it quickly. And the runner stays put at first base. So 2-1 now. Two balls, 1 strike. Here's the windup, the pitch. Swing and a miss for strike 2. And the count now 2-2, and Deuce wild again here. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. As Montanay looking to get out of this inning here. 2-2. Here is the windup and the pitch. And that ball hit to the second baseman. He scoops it, throws over to first, and that'll do it for the inning. But 3 runs do come across here for Saugerties. They've cut into this lead now. 11-7 Dogs ahead. We head to the bottom of the 7th.
Little Falls, New York combines the charms of a small town with the conveniences of a much larger city. Of course, you'd expect to find welcoming people, beautiful scenery, family-friendly activities, and plenty to do outdoors. But you might be surprised to find that Little Falls, New York also has an espresso bar, gym shop, art center, French restaurant, antique centers, local hospital, and extensive civic services and amenities. Not to mention homes both beautiful and affordable, nestled in a dramatic natural setting amongst steep hills that descend to the Mohawk River and Erie Canal. Little Falls, New York. It's a great place to spend a few days or a lifetime.
So bottom of the 7th, and Caden Hart will lead things off here for the DiamondDawgs. DiamondDawgs trying to hang on to this 11-7 lead as the Stallions have been chipping away at it all game long. Here's the pitch, and that one is high for ball 1 to Hart. And Montrell Christian Jr., the pitcher on the mound here for the Stallions. 1-0 count. Here's the pitch to Hart, and that's fouled off, and the count 1-1. So 1 ball, 1 strike. Hart has a triple, a double, and has struck out here this evening. So Caden Hart back in the box against Christian Jr. Here's Jr. with the pitch, Christian Jr., and there's a swing and a miss in the count 1-2. So a ball and 2 strikes to Caden Hart. Here in the bottom of the 7th, there's a windup, the pitch, swing and a miss, and he strikes out. Does Hart for the 2nd time here tonight. And Edwin Sanchez now will come to the plate.
From Siena College, Edwin Sanchez.
So Edwin Sanchez, he struck out in his last at bat here at the plate against Christian Jr. And he will wind and deliver. Puts it in the dirt for ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes here to Sanchez. Nico Cerise on deck for the Dogs. So Sanchez is ready, facing a 1-0 count. And that one comes through for ball 2, I believe. Well, 2 balls and no strikes, 1 out. And here's the pitch. That ball hit to third base. And it's a slow roller to third. He grabs it quickly, throws over, and safe at second. So that was a slow roller to Conley at third. And by the time it got to him, the runner was almost down there. So Sanchez safe as he runs that one out. And so Nico Cerise, the catcher, will come to the plate. He has popped out, was hit by a pitch, and grounded out here today. So Cerise with one out here in the bottom of the 7th, looking to do something and move his runner over to second base. And he will pop that one up, and it is heading into foul territory. It's going to drop as the right fielder unable to get to it. Even the second baseman made a valiant attempt to get there, but that ball was way out of play, so tough play for them to get there. And so the count now 0-1 to Cerise. Brendan Hawk on deck for the Dogs, the number 9 hitter. So Cerise settles in at the plate. He's waiting for Montreal Christian Jr. to pick up his sign from his catcher. He looks over his shoulder at the runner at first, and now Christian Jr. delivers the pitch. The runner takes off. Here's the throw, and got him. They got him at first base, at second base. And a quick throw by the catcher. So Cameron Carroll on a quick throw. And non-happy are some folks. We may have a replay on that. We'll see. We'll check our cameras and see if we have it. If we do, we'll show it to you. It was a quick throw to second base. So here's the pitch. And that is down low and outside. 4-1. 1 ball, no strikes. 2 outs. Here to and that ball hit right at the second baseman. He stamps for it and misses it completely. So Cerise reaches on an error. That ball was hit directly to the shortstop, and he literally stabbed his glove at it and did not come up with it. Maybe took a bad bounce on him. That was Reese Maroney. So Brendan Hawk now, the batter here for the Dogs. So Hawk with a runner on first base and 2 outs. That runner, Nico Cerise, the catcher. We got a bug in here, boys. I had the little recognizance mission. And that one hits him right in the chest almost, the stomach area. So Brendan Hawk hit by a pitch. He'll take a base. And we'll be back to the top of the lineup now with Ethan Hughes. So Ethan Hughes now the batter. And now the Dogs have runners on first and second with 2 outs. So a 2-run rally here for the Dogs potentially. Sorry, I should say a 2-out rally. I'm sorry, 2-out rally. And 2 runs would be great for him if they were able to do that with Ethan Hughes at the plate. And Hughes takes the first pitch for a called strike. The count 0-1. So bottom 7th, 11-7 is the score. Dogs looking to add some more runs and bolster that lead here, as the Stallion is just not going away. That one misses for ball 1. The count now 1-1 to Hughes. Hughes with a single in his last at bat in this ball game. 1-1 count now from Christian Jr. 1-1, and he's going to step off the rubber. Will Christian Jr. Full name, Montreal Christian Jr. So 1-1, runners on first and second. There's the pitch to Hughes. And down low, stopped by the catcher, 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike, 2 outs. Ethan Hughes, top of the order here for the Dogs in the bottom of the 7th. A wind-up now on the pitch. Swing and a miss by Hughes. And that will even things up at 2-2. And you hear it, 2s, as we have 2 balls and 2 strikes and 2 outs. So 2-2 now to Ethan Hughes. And Montreal Christian Jr. is going to wind and deliver on the 2-2. That's popped foul by Hughes. And we will reset and do it all again with a 2-2 count. So runners will head back to first and second, with the Dawgs leading 11-7 here in the bottom of the 7th. The Dawgs want to pile on some more here, making it even more difficult for Saugerties to claw back. And there's a swing and a miss, and Hughes will leave the runner stranded at first and second. No run score. We head to the top of the 8th. Dawgs hanging on, 11-7.
At GPO, we understand every member's journey is unique. That's why our employees take the time to listen, understand, and deliver personalized solutions that fit your life. From budgeting to borrowing, we're with you every step of the way. Your journey, our commitment. GPO Federal Credit Union, committed to excellence.
And we are back for the top of the 8th inning. New pitcher on the mound for Mohawk Valley. That pitcher is Aiden Colagrande. So Aiden Colagrande now pitching for the Dawgs. Big left-hander for Mohawk Valley. And here we go, top of the 8th, 11-7, Dawgs ahead. Colagrande looking to shut things down here, as Casey Comiskey is the batter here for the Stallions. 1-0 count. Here is Colagrande with the pitch. Swing and a miss, and the count now 1-1. So 1 ball, 1 strike to Comiskey. He has popped out twice tonight and singled. A 1-1 now the count. So Coach Luby bringing in his closer here to shut things down here in the late innings. The ball is popped up, and it's going to drop in front of the right fielder. And started to get away from him, but not far enough for the runner to advance. And so there's a single to start things off here by Comiskey. We'll go back to the top of the lineup with Reese Maroney. So Reese Maroney very consistent tonight. He's 0 for 4 each time he's popped it up. So he's popped it up to the outfield every single time. And let's see what happens here, as Colagrande will gladly take a pop fly. And the pitch, and that one gets away from the catcher as the runner took off. He went to throw it. Ball slipped out of his hand, and now the runner at second base for the Stallions. And so here comes Coach Luby, and he's on a mission right now. And he's going to go talk to Aiden Colagrande and the rest of the crew. And he's going to share some wisdom on the mound, I'm sure. And Might have to be a little forceful here as he doesn't look too thrilled as he's made that march out to the mound. It was a quick one. And he came out, he shot out of that bullpen. So with an 11-7 lead, he's probably looking for Colagrande to just throw strikes here and let this defense work behind him. So Maroney at the plate. One ball, no strikes. Can smell the popcorn up here. 1-0. You know you're at a baseball game and you can smell the popcorn and the hot dogs, and that one's outside for ball 2. And the count now 2 balls and no strikes. Runner on second base is Casey Comiskey for Socrates. 2-0. There's the windup now on the pitch. And that is down low for ball 3. So 3 balls and no strikes. Not the way Colagrande was looking to start this thing off. But let's see if he can settle in here, as he is always called upon to finish things up. And he's done a great job this season for the Dogs. 3-0. Here's the windup and the pitch. And down the middle for a call, strike 1. And the count now 3-1 as Colagrande looks to battle back here. 3 balls, 1 strike, nobody out. We're in the top of the 8th inning. Dogs that had 11-7, runner on second base here for Socrates. And that one misses for ball 4. And now runners on first and second here as Maroney takes the walk. Cameron Carroll coming to the plate.
Catcher number 42 from Weber International, Cameron Carroll.
So Cameron Carroll from Weber International will step into the batter's box, right-hander here against the lefty Aiden Colagrande. Colagrande's got runners on first and second. So a chance here for a double play. Love to get 2 here if he could. Here's the pitch. And that ball is hit to left field, and it is heading foul. And no, looks like it landed fair. That one landed fair. And 2 runs scored. I thought that thing was foul. And that thing caught the left field line, and that changes things quickly. 11-9 is the score.
Second baseman number 10 from the University of Notre Dame, Jamie Z.
So Jamie Z, I apologize for that, folks. I looked down the left field line and looked like it went to the left side of the line. Instead, a double for Carroll, scores 2, and the score now 11-9.
Stallions, the first baseman number 22 from the University of Notre Dame, Dylan Passo.
So here's Dylan Passo as they walk Z. So an intentional walk to Z. Dylan Passo now the batter with nobody out. Well, Passo pulls back on that one and ball 1. So first baseman and the third baseman playing on the grass here for the Dogs. Here's the pitch. Shows bunt, pulls it back. And there's a strike in the count, 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. One count here. 11-3 ball game here in the top of the 8th. Here's the pitch by Colagrande. And in the dirt for ball 2. So 2-1 now. Dogs need an out here with the runners on first and second. Lead cut down to 2 here. Here's the pitch by Colagrande. And there's a call, strike 2, and the count now 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Colagrande would love to get him here. Well, 2-2 to Passo. Passo from the University of Notre Dame. Here's the 2-2 pitch now. Coming to Passo. And he fouls that one off. And the count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. So this Stallions team has been battling all game. A run here, a run there. And all of a sudden, they're down just by 2. They've been doing this every other inning or so, getting a run or 2. No runs in the first, and then 1 0, 2, 1, 0, 3, 2. That adds up to 9. Dawgs adds up to 11. So 13 hits if you go across the board. 9 runs, 13 hits, and 2 errors for Socrates. 11, 13, and 2 for the Dawgs. So pretty similar for both teams except for the score. And that one popped up high. And this could cause trouble, and it does. It bounces between all three of the center fielder, the right fielder, and the second baseman. And the run does not score as it ball trickles in. And so bases loaded now for the Stallions here in the top of the 8th.
Left fielder number 55 from Seton Hall, Justin Ford.
So Justin Ford now will come to the plate with bases loaded, nobody out. And a 2-run game here in the top of the 8th. So Cola Grande looking to buckle down here and work his way out of this jam. You've seen it before. It's got to get done 1 out at a time. That one is hit into left field. It's going to drop in front of the left fielder, and 1 run scores. 2 runs scored, and this ball game is now tied 11-11 here in the top of the 8th with nobody out. So Justin Ford with the single ties the ball game.
From St. John's College, Dylan Fitzsimmons.
So Dylan Fitzsimmons now the batter as things have quickly changed here in Mohawk Valley with the ball game tied 11-11. So runners on first and second here for Socrates. Still nobody out. And Fitzsimmons is going to head down the third base line, have a few words with his coach. He shares some information with him, and he's going to come back and step into the batter's box from the left side. So the mood has changed here in Little Falls. This game tied now 11-11. Momentum has shifted the way of the Stallions. Shows bunt and puts one down, and the first baseman grabs it, goes back to first, and gets the out. And they move the runners over to second and third. So exactly what coach was looking for from Fitzsimmons. And he does his job. The Dawgs do their job and pick up the out. And now Logan Sanchez will come to the plate with 1 out and runners in scoring position. So runners on second and third here for the Stallions. Cola Grande looking to get out of this thing. 1 out, needs 2. Here's the pitch. And there's a swing and a miss for strike 1 now to Sanchez. So Cola Grande just looking to get out of this inning, have his team regroup in the bottom half of the 8th. And that one is it into open space out in the right center field. And this is going to score 2 runs. And just like that, the Stallions have gone ahead. So the Stallions have come full circle and have come back to take a 13-11 lead after Logan Sanchez hits the double. And Ryan King now comes to the plate. So Ryan King now the batter. And here comes Coach Luby to the mound. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back momentarily.
Hey fans, tell the world you are here at Veterans Memorial Park watching your Mohawk Valley DiamondDawgs. Share your experiences, connect with other fans, and gain behind-the-scenes access to your favorite team. For more information, visit mvdiamonddogs.com or like us on Facebook or follow us on Instagram and Twitter.
And we are back. New pitcher on the mound here for the Dawgs is Walter Garrett. And Ryan King now at the plate here for Saugerties with the runners on first and second. Garrett delivers the pitch high for ball one, and the count 1-0. So 1 out. The Stallions have scored 6 runs in this inning and have taken the lead 13-11 here in the top of the 8th. So Walter Garrett brought in here, hoping to put an end to this and get the Dawgs to their at-bats. There's ball 2, so 2 balls and no strikes here to Ryan King. Casey Comiskey is on deck. 2-0 the count. King is 0 for 4 tonight. Here's the pitch. And there's a strike. The count now 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. So 2-1 the count here to King. Here in the top of the 8th. Here's the pitch by Garrett. And there's a call, strike 2, and the count now 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Ryan King with a 1 out. Runner on second base here. So 2-2 now. Here's the pitch. And that one misses for ball 3. The count now full 3 balls and 2 strikes with 1 out. Here to Ryan King. So 3-2 pitch coming here from Walter Garrett to King. Here's the windup and the pitch. Garrett needs this one here, and he gets them as King swings and misses for out number 2. So Dawgs looking for 1 more to get out of this inning. A brutal inning for the Dawgs with 6 runs scored, and that has given the lead to the Stallions. That's the first lead all game here for Saugerties. They've been battling back all game. So Casey Comiskey, the batter here, has 2 singles and 2 pop-outs here tonight. Here's the pitch. And that ball hit and picked up by the shortstop, but it was too far in the hole. And so he stops it. The runner is safe. So runners on the corners here as Comiskey picks up the single. That ball hit deep in the hole, knocked down. Nice job there by the shortstop for the Dawgs, Ramsey, knocking it down. So Reese Maroney now, the batter, back to the top of the lineup here with 2 outs. Here's the pitch, and that one is hit through. It gets past the second baseman between first and second. And so Reese Maroney with the single here in the top of the 8th. So the inning continues. Another run scores. 14-11 now is the score. So Cameron Carroll, now the batter. The Dawgs cannot seem to get themselves out of this inning. One of those innings that just comes back and beats you up. So with 2 outs, Garrett will look to get Cameron Carroll out here. Carroll doubled in his last at bat. He's got a runner on first and second. Runners on first and second, I should say. Here's the pitch, high, and that is ball 1. So 1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs here. One and 0. There's the windup, the pitch, and that one misses for ball 2, and the count now 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes now to Carroll. Carroll's the catcher here for the Stallions. 2-0 pitch on his way now from Garrett. Garrett taking his time, kicks, winds, and delivers, and there's a strike. The count now 2-1. So 2 balls, 1 strike. The Dawgs badly needing 1 more out here, as they cannot wait to get out of this inning and on to the next. Put this one behind them completely. 2-1. Here's the pitch. And there's a called strike 2 now on the count, 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Deuces wild. Garrett needs 1 more strike. And let's see if he can get it here with Maroney. 2-2. Here it comes. Outside, ball 3. So full count. So just 1 spot empty here on the base pads for the Dogs. And Garrett almost tripped on the mound there. This thing just not going the Dogs' way here in the top of the 8th. Brutal, brutal inning. But Garrett looking to get himself out of it here. 3-2. And there is called strike 3. That ends the inning. 7 runs on the board from the Stallions. They take a 14-11 lead. The Dogs will try to regroup, come back in the bottom of the 8th to try to tie this thing back after this. All right, fans, we are back. And the DiamondDawgs here in the bottom of the 8th. They're going to try to regroup. They had a rough inning. And still down only 3 runs, so very doable. 2 innings left for them, so let's see here. They got to get started right now. And here is Tyler Jones. He's going to try to start things off. Jones had a 2-run home run earlier, so certainly capable of doing it is Jones. So it'll be Tyler Jones, Calabretti, and Kuzik. So go right into the heart of the lineup here in the bottom of the 8th for the Dogs. That one's outside in the count 1-1. So 1 ball, 1 strike here to Tyler Jones. Jones last at bat, an RBI single. So 1-1 now the count. And Montreal Christian Jr. is that pitcher. And that one curves in for a ball 2. And the count now 2-1. So 2 balls, 1 strike to Tyler Jones, the second baseman. So Dogs want to chip back away at this lead now, as they have been leading all game. They have been dominating most of the game, and they kept having Socrates chip away. It didn't look too bad at first, and then they had a huge top of the 8th inning. So that one's fouled off. The count now 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes here to Tyler Jones. Again, Jones, Calabretti, and Kuzik all due up here in the inning. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and that is hit past the first baseman, and just like that, the Dogs are back in business, and Tyler Jones singles to start things off here for Mohawk Valley.
Now batting for your Dogs, the third baseman, number 13 from Seton Hall, Joey Calabretti.
So Joey Calabretti now the batter for Mohawk Valley. Mohawk Valley's got to do it 1 batter at a time, 1 run at a time. And they got now a runner on first base with nobody out. Here's Calabretti at the plate. And Calabretti with a double last time around. And here's the pitch. Swing and a miss by Calabretti, 0-1. So Dawgs faced with some adversity here in the bottom of the 8th. Let's see if they can rally themselves back into this game. 0-1, and that one inside for ball one, the count 1-1. So 1 ball, 1 strike. Sunday evening baseball here in Little Falls, and not much better than this. And that ball hit to the third baseman. He scoops it up, goes to second base, over to first, and he hits into the double play. Does Caleb Reddy. So Caleb Reddy grounds out to third. The third baseman scoops it up, goes to second base, and to first, and just like that, 2 outs. Not what the Dawgs were looking for there. So J.P. Kuzik, now the batter here in the bottom of the 8th for the Dawgs. Kuzik reached on a fielder's choice in his last time around. So looking to keep things moving here for the Dawgs with 2 outs. And that is popped foul by Kuzik, and the count 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike, 2 outs. Oh and 1. Here's the windup and the pitch. And that one in for a strike. Outside corner of the plate, 0-2 now. So quickly, Montreal Christian Jr. up 0-2 here on Kuzik. And the pitch is in the dirt, stopped by the catcher, and the count now 1-2 to Kuzik. So Montreal Christian Jr. throwing back the ball, looking for a fresh one. And the umpire tosses the other one away. Must have had a scuff mark on it. 1-2 now the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes. This is the windup, the pitch. And that is popped up to center field. And the center field is going to make the grab, and that'll end the inning. So 1 more chance for the Dawgs. They'll come up in the bottom of the 9th, but before that, you got to play the top of the 9th as Socrates looks to do some more damage here. And let's see if the Dawgs can hold them back after this.
If you're looking for some shopping and dining, head on over to Canal Place, where you will find quaint shops, galleries, restaurants, and inns situated in the old mill buildings and storefronts along the waterfront of Canal Place. They've become known as the happening place for the arts in the Mohawk Valley. Not so long ago, many of these buildings were working mills serving the garment industry. Even today, after conversion to serve as retail space, many of these rugged but lovely structures speak to our great regional manufacturing heritage. If you're looking for fine arts, entertainment, or antiques, you simply must pay a visit to Canal Place.
And welcome back, fans. So top of the 9th here from Vets Memorial Park. Dawgs find themselves trailing 14-11. And Jamie Z will lead things off. He's the number 3 hitter for the Stallions. It'll be Jamie Z, Dylan Passo, and Justin Ford. And here's the pitch by Walter Garrett for a call, strike 1. So no balls and 1 strike here to Z. Dawgs need to get a 1-2-3 inning here, or at least not have any runs scored. That one misses for ball 1. The count now 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike here to Jamie Z. Here's the windup now on the pitch by Garrett. And swing and a miss for strike two in the count. Now 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes here to Jamie Z. He is the second baseman for the Stallions. 1-2 the count. Walter Garrett is the pitcher here for the DiamondDawgs in the top of the ninth. There's the windup and the pitch. And ball hit up the middle. And second base shortstop scoops it. Makes a nice play. Great play there by the shortstop for the Dogs. That is Ramsey. And he just grabbed that ball out of nowhere and threw over to first base for the out. So great play there by the Dogs, shortstop John Ramsey. So Dylan Passo, now the batter here for the Stallions. Here's the pitch, and it is high and inside for ball one. Oh, 1 ball, no strikes to Passo. Ford is up next. Here's the pitch, and that is fouled off in the count now, even at 1-1. So a ball and a strike here to Passo. Passo singled twice, struck out twice, and grounded out once here in the ballgame. 1-1 the count. Walter Garrett, the pitcher. Here's the pitch. And in the dirt for ball two in the count now, 2-1. Two balls and a strike here to Passo. Garrett looks in. He's going to wind and deliver on the 2-1 here. And down low for ball three in the count now, 3-1 to Passo. 3 balls and 1 strike, 1 out here to Dylan Passo. And the pitch, little chopper to the second baseman, and that is out number 2. So 2 outs after the Passo ground out to second base, and Justin Ford now will come to the plate.
And for the Stallions, the left fielder number 55 from Seton Hall, Justin Ford.
So Justin Ford, who has a bunch of doubles, 2 doubles tonight and 3 singles. So having themselves quite the game is Justin Ford here tonight. Boosting up that batting average for sure with 2 doubles and 3 singles. 5 for 5 tonight. So here's Garrett. Wind up the pitch, and that's a called strike on the outside corner of the count, 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike, 2 outs. Garrett will wind and deliver here to Ford. And a little chopper again, this time to the third baseman who scoops it up, throws on over. First baseman stretches out, makes the grab, and that does it for the inning. On a nice play by Hurd, grabbing that one at first base. I'm sorry, Hawk at first base. And we will head to the bottom of the ninth. Dogs need 3 to tie it, 4 to win it. Stay tuned, folks. Anything's possible.
At Hummel's Office Plus, our customers remain our #1 priority. Hi, Central New York. This is Justin Hummel, CEO of Hummel's Office Plus. If you are in need of a reliable, competitive, and consistent business product supplier, give Hummel's a try. We offer customized pricing, free next-day delivery, and personalized service. With our wide assortment of office supplies, janitorial supplies, furniture, and everything else you need for your workplace, Hummel's is your go-to for all your business products.
Hey fans, tell the world you are here at Veterans Memorial Park watching your Mohawk Valley DiamondDawgs. Share your experiences, connect with other fans, and gain behind-the-scenes access to your favorite team. For more information, visit mvdiamonddogs.com or like us on Facebook or follow us on Instagram and Twitter.
All right, fans, are coming back to you here from Vets Memorial Park in Little Falls. It is perfect game Collegiate League baseball, and it is the Mohawk Valley DiamondDawgs against the Saugerty Stallions, and the Dogs are down 14-11 here after a big 7-run rally by the Stallions in the top of the 8th. And so the Dogs are need to rally here, down 3, to try to tie this game up here in the bottom of the 9th, and then worry about finding a way to win it. So here we go. It'll be John Ramsey, Caden Hart, and Edwin Sanchez. We're going to have to do it here for the Dogs. So John Ramsey, coming off of a nice play at shortstop, he's going to settle in here to face Montrell Christian Jr. here in the top of the 9th, bottom of the 9th. There's the pitch. Outside, ball 1. So Dogs need base runners, they need hits. They do not need outs here in the bottom of the 9th. At least 3 runs is what they need to stave off losing here in the bottom of the 9th. That one's fouled off. The count now 1-1 to Ramsey. Ramsey has singled twice here tonight. He's popped out and struck out his last time at bat. So let's see what this 1-1 count brings here as Christian Jr. on the mound. Ramsey at the plate. Here's the 1-1. And that is left high by Ramsey. The count now 2-1. Again, Ramsey, Caden Hart, and Edwin Sanchez all due up here in this inning. So 5, 6, 7 in the order. That one floats across for ball 3, and the count now 3-1. So Ramsey ahead in the count here. Looking for a walk or something he can hit. Here's the 3-1. And there's ball 4. And exactly what the Dogs are looking for. Get on base.
For your Dogs, the center fielder number 29 from Virginia Tech, Caden Hart.
So Caden Hart now, who has struck out in his last 2 at-bats here tonight. He's also doubled and triple. So started the first half of this game hot with a triple and double, and then has settled down with 2 strikeouts. So here he is, and they throw back to first does Christian Jr., and sliding back is Ramsey. So nobody out, bottom 9, Dogs down 3. Montrell Christian Jr. is the pitcher for Saugerty's. Caden Hart, the batter. And that one sails in for ball 1. So we do have activity in the bullpen for Saugerty's. But right now it is Montrell Christian Jr. on the mound. 1-0. Here's the pitch. And that one is hit to second base. They go to second. They try and get the double play. And safe at first. So they do get 1, but unable to pick up the double play. So Edwin Sanchez now will come to the plate with 1 out. And a runner on first. So Edwin Sanchez, the right fielder now, will come to the plate for the Dogs. A right-handed batter is Sanchez. He singled in his last at-bat. He's got a runner on first and 1 out, down 3. That one misses to Sanchez for ball 1. And the count 1-0. So Nico Soris is on deck. And Sanchez cannot hit into a double play here because it would end the ball game. That one is popped foul. And the count now 1-1. So 1 ball, 1 strike. Number 44, Montrell Christian Jr. Big right-hander on the mound for Saugerty's. And Edwin Sanchez at the plate for the Dogs with a runner on first. 1-1 pitch, and that is fouled off, and the count now 1-2. A 1 ball and 2 strikes to Edwin Sanchez here. So Sanchez has got a battle at the plate. Can't let that 3rd strike slide by here with a 1-2 count. Christian Jr. sets, delivers, and that one misses inside down low for ball 2, and the count now 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Dogs needing to rally here, down 3. And looking to do it here with Edwin Sanchez at the plate. 2-2 pitch. And Sanchez lifts that one foul down the first base line. And we'll reset and do it again with a 2-2 count. So fans, Dawgs will be back home on Tuesday night. So make sure you come on out Tuesday night for a game at 6:30. If you can't make it, tune into the feed live on the Facebook and YouTube. And they rung him up on that one, called strike 3. Sanchez didn't like that call. And just like that, they're down to their final out now are the Dogs.
Catcher number 5 from Hudson Valley Community College, Nico Soares.
So Nico Soares, the catcher, the last hopes here for the Dogs. Down 14-11 here in the bottom of the 9th with 2 outs and 1 runner on. Here's the pitch. And that one misses for ball 1. So for essentially 8 innings, it's gone the Dogs' way. 1 inning changed everything. 1-0. You play a great ball game, and 1 inning hurts you. That one gets away from the catcher. Allows the runner to advance to second. So runner now in scoring position. But still, Nico Soares needs to continue this at bat here to give the Dogs a chance here down to their final 2 outs. 2-0. Soares back in the box, awaiting the pitch from Montreal Christian Jr. 2-0 pitch on its way, and it is high for ball 3. So 3 balls and no strikes. So Montreal Christian Jr. puts themselves in a tough spot here with a 3-0 count here to Soares. Or Soares will be taken here, I imagine, with a 3-0 pitch. Here's the pitch, and it is high for ball 4. And that puts runners on first and second here for the Dogs. And that makes things a little interesting here with Brendan Hawk coming to the plate. So just like that, Brendan Hawk would be the tying run. They're going to pinch hit for him.
From SUNY Albany, number 27, Justin Hurd.
So Justin Hurd is going to come into the ball game, the pitch hitter for Brendan Hawk. So Justin Hurd, now the tying run at the plate. So with 2 outs, the tying run for the Dogs sits at home plate. So this will be a battle here between pitcher and batter. Montreal Christian Jr., the pitcher. Justin Hurd, the batter. Runners on first and second. As I said, tying run is Justin Hurd at the plate. Here's the pitch. In the dirt, ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes here to Hurd. So the swing of the bat can change the course of this ball game and tie it up. 1-0. Here's the pitch to Hurd. And that one sails in for ball 2 in the count now, 2-0. So patient at the plate is Justin Hurd with a 2-0 count. And 2 outs. Montreal Christian Jr. delivers the pitch, and there's a swing and a miss. And the count now 2-1 to Hurd. So Hurd steps out of the box and will make his way back as Montreal Christian Jr. awaits. Hurd's got runners on first and second, 2 outs, bottom 9, down 3. There's the pitch, and that is left high by Hurd in the count now 3-1. So big pitch here by Montreal Christian Jr. Only 1 spot to put him. Back to the top of the lineup we would go should Hurd reach here. And down the middle for a call strike. So the count is full, 3-2. And here we go. So pitcher versus batter. Someone's going to win here. Someone's going to lose. Dogs game on the line here. Here's the pitch. And swing and a miss. And Justin Hurd strikes out. And that'll do it for the ball game. The Dogs dropped this one 14-11. Tough loss for the Dogs. They'll be back here at Vets Memorial Park on Tuesday night as Glens Falls comes to town. So I'm Pete Pagliaro. Enjoy your Sunday evening. Thanks for tuning in, and have a great night.
We're out on the field and we're ready to play. We're all suited up, we got a game today. We're gonna play fast and we're gonna play hard. Gonna knock that ball right out of the yard. So don't just sit there like a bump on a log. Let me hear you holler now. Let's go, Dogs! We got a guy on third and nobody out. It's time to stand up, yes, it's time to shout. We're playing some ball and we're having some fun. Come on, boys, let's score that run. So don't just sit there like a bump on a log. Let me hear you holler now. Let's go, Dogs! We're out on the field and we're ready to play. We're all suited up, we got a game today. We're gonna play fast and we're gonna play hard. Gonna knock that ball right out of the yard. So don't just sit there like a bump on a log. Let me hear you holler now. Let's go, Dogs! 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 Don't just sit there like a bump on a log. Let me hear you holler.